Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for April Fool's Day, April 1. Gonna get a quick sound check, please. And can you see my screen? A couple of yeses will help me. Yes, thank you. All right, guys. Well, today is EV Day. First of all, here's an April Fool's joke that went flat. And I don't know if you read this, Volkswagen had said they were going to change their name to Volts, as in Volt, Volkswagen. And now their stock went up 5%, and now they're under investigation. Crazy. So from Volkswagen to Volkswagen, and people bought it. Anyway, there's one. I don't know how much that's going to cost the company. But today is EV Day for sure. Look at all these EV plays. So we've got NIO, we've got XPEV, all the usual suspects. These are, of course, the WKHS. These are the cars, but also infrastructure with Blink, BLNK. Look at BLNK. This is what a move this could keep making. I mean, remember now, excuse me, these were up. This one was up around $63 before. And how about that one from yesterday that we were tracking all day yesterday? Charge Point. Look at this one. Continuing. I mentioned that if it closed well, you guys can maybe consider it as a swing. Closed pretty well. So anyway, we've got definitely EV sector is hot today. FSR, another one, FSR. And I'm just trying to see if there's another one here. I mean, yeah, you can basically take your pick. Ride. Oops, not rider, but ride. So other news, Bitcoin news for this one, Foot, FTFT. They say they're buying a Bitcoin miner. Big pop up so far. It's actually holding. I've been looking to, I actually shorted this one twice just for marginal gains this morning. Is looking at this big bottoming tail thinking, wow, maybe what if it can actually recapture where it was, but it just never really did that yet anyway. So just a couple of shorts on this one, marginal gains for each one. SNOA is, this was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. SNOA, a deal with EMC Pharma as a partnership with them, and that is, well, look at the gap, super low float, 2 million in the float. Anything could happen with this one today. Unfortunately, if it starts to fade, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Just getting to that one. TLS, yeah, financing at $33. So just hanging around that price right now. TLS. Looks like JAGX, we don't have it listed as an earnings play today. I actually checked FinViz, they don't have it either. But it looks like they have released today, JAGX. I don't know if this is a pre-report or what the situation is. So we have it April 14th, but it looks like they have pre-reported, or I shouldn't say that. It looks like this is an earnings play today. GAGX. For me, closing well means near the highs of the day, Brian. That's just for me. And then if you look left, and you see a lot of room still in the monthly and daily, the weekly chart, then you can say to yourself, well, it still has some room to move. Fubo on the way up. And why I looked at this one, yeah, I mean, take a look at Fubo, guys. I mean, what's the high here? 2278 and 2247. We're at 2369, so it's above the highs of the last 2 days right now in the pre-market. So when you look left, you've got room to $26, almost $27. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's a nice little potential gap fill if it continues to move. Great volume so far in the pre-market, 500,000 shares. NCTY, this is an earnings play. NCTY. And let's see. It is still hanging in there. Had a big drop yesterday. Is that right? That's at 9 o'clock. What's happening here? This was at 9 o'clock this morning. Sorry, this was yesterday. I'm sorry. This was yesterday and sort of rallied. And now earnings release this morning. So trying to rally a little bit. But this was up to 41. This is a big, I don't know what happened here. I don't know if it was a financing or what. I'd have to check some news. But anyway. You mean, can you download my layout, X-Men? IDEX is another one. IDEX. Yeah, if you go to my homepage, the homepage tab, click on the link. Okay, and when you click on the link, you'll be brought to my homepage. And here are my scans. This section is my scans. If you click here, and up here is the layout that I'm sharing, okay? Remember, it is a layout, so make sure if you have a layout up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And Blink, did I mention Blink, BLNK? I think I did. BLNK, it's starting to fade a little bit here, but again, a lot of these got beaten up for, they all most of these EV plays, probably this was the high, this is earlier this year, into January. A lot of them are going to look like this, and then kind of a fade, big fade. I mean, pretty tough to hold, 64 down to 25. Now they're trying to come back. Yeah, skills I've also got in my watch list, SKLZ. Another one that is, it gets over 20. What's the high right there? 2047. I mean, if this gets over 20 and really starts to run, I mean, look at the void on this one, SKLZ. Not an EV play though. Okay, let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Well, the analysts are, now tomorrow's a holiday, market holiday, okay? So the analysts are taking some time off today. Hardly any upgrades and very few downgrades. I'll get them in. Remember, tomorrow is a market holiday. Just a few more upgrades to go. All right, there are the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. As I say, very few downgrades this morning. UBS is being pretty brave. They're downgrading Goldman Sachs. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. I'm assuming you're kidding, Torps. Yeah, okay, good. April Fools, yes. I'm assuming you were kidding. This is what I wish I had some shorts for at Interactive Brokers, SNOA. Looks like this 10 level is going to be pretty tough for it to crack again. Just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I didn't mention this one. I should have mentioned this one. I think it's in my watch list. Is it in the watch list? It is in the watch list, yes. UAVS. UAVS. Just doing a quick check for the news. This is how you can use statistics to your advantage. They have a sales increase of 333%. Wow, 333%. So that is from $297,000 to $1.3 million. Okay, but that's how you use stats to your advantage. You know, just put 333% sales increase, and that's what catches people's eyes. How was Farm doing today? Did it hold its gap or its move yesterday? Yeah, it did. It really did. Well, you know, I mean, we still have some room. Not that much room though to the highs of last week, 1169-ish. And my big miss from yesterday. Well, with algo trading and computer trade, I mean, there's really, I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to slow down in the afternoon, but I expect the same sort of morning. The fact that it's a holiday tomorrow doesn't really matter, I don't think, but we'll see. Yeah, there's Funko. I'm seeing Funko right now, FNKO. I mean, it's above all these highs right there. There's the high a few days ago. 24, almost $25 for Funko, FNKO. Gordon, I don't use a trailing stop, so I can't help you. You have to call them. I mean, there must be some information on their website. I don't use trailing stops. I've never done it with Interactive Brokers, so you know I'm not going to even attempt to tell you how. Sorry. How do you deal with a barcode stock? Jane, you have got me there. I don't know what you mean. Oh, I do get it. I do get it, Grumpy. I'm just trying to figure out. I just don't know what she means by that. LAC is on the move also. LAC on the move. So again, lithium plays. I call it part of the EV sector. Don't trade them. I don't know. Don't trade them, Jane. That's what I would do. Just if you're looking at something that looks difficult to trade, going sideways, up and down, sideways, just forget about it. That's what I do. All right, one moment, please. I'll be right back. Honey, are you up? All right. Yeah, I'm the morning alarm clock. Oh, I would never say anything more. All right, guys, let's take a look at the SPY also. SPY is gonna have looks like we're gonna have a good open. Yesterday we had an interesting day with the Dow being down, but the techs had a rally. SPY was up, Dow was down, techs had a rally. You guys are funny. I've never seen this one before, but this is a primary battery manufacturing. This is a pink sheet stock. Don't think I've ever seen this one before. This is BYDDY. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean now, Jane. Barcode stock. Yeah, yeah. Just forget about it. You know, you look at a chart like this, especially well at the beginning of the day. I see what you mean. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, just forget about it. Yeah, SNOA guys, I would have loved to have been able to short this one. Just no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. My thoughts on FootFoot were I actually shorted this twice in the pre-market for marginal gains. I'm just kind of watching it right now. See if it can get through 8. If it can't get through 8, I might take another shot at shorting it. I mean, it had news, you know, buying a Bitcoin miner. Yeah, JAGX. I don't like JAGX just as a trading vehicle. Usually, I've mentioned that in the past. I will say I was completely wrong this week. You know, it's a few weeks ago, earlier this year, I guess in January, where it just ripped higher from 81 cents to 448. I just, you know, I don't know. There's a distaste for me with it. But listen, I mean, is an earnings play, so there is a catalyst. I guess if it can take out around that 250 mark, you know, it's got a shot. You just have to wait for it to open. Another one that is recovering well is that JMIA. Another one that was just like, look at this, all the way up to $70, then all the way back down, basically cut in half. Looked like this was going to recover, and then again. Now it looks like it's trying to recover again, JMIA. So I do see this one, PFIN. I mean, there's a big gap up. I'm trying to see if there's some news on it. I don't see any specific news for PFIN. I don't think I've seen this one before. Yeah, I don't think I've really seen this one before. But look at this big gap up for PFIN. Kimberly, I don't know. I mean, look, I use Interactive Brokers. I know you can start an Interactive Brokers account with a fairly low amount of money, but other than that, I can't really help you. Interactive Brokers, though, is pretty popular. All right, 926. So I'm going to get rid of these two right here. Just minimize them. And again, if you want to watch my watch list up and down, a few more in the list today. I don't know what ones are going to trigger yet, of course. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. You will start to get some alerts here when the market opens. If you want to follow this, from the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar. And, I got that internal server error going. It's not good. Let me see if the rest of the guys are getting that. Let me just do a reset. You guys getting? Are you guys getting an internal server error when you're trying to access the channel bar? Okay. All right, guys, I've just passed that on. Let's see if it's still there. Sometimes it depends on the server you're on. Obviously, the server I'm on. Okay, it's back. Just in time for the open. All right, so what I was going to say is that if you want to follow my watch list up and down, just click from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then, where am I? Where do they put me? Right here, Barry's watch list, okay? And remember, everything in here is a layout. Everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the crowd. Did I say crowd? Cloud. Look at that SNOA just collapsing. A hotkey for adding horizontal markup. Nope. I don't think tomorrow can come too soon for me. Or the end of the day. And as always, we had a great day with the options scanner yesterday. Great day with it. We had some nice ones from my watch list. So waiting to see what tomorrow brings. Or tomorrow, jeez, I've got to stop this. What today brings. And now we're open. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Remember, the market is closed tomorrow. All right, market closed tomorrow. Crown Royal. I got the reference, Jeff. All right, guys, so we're getting some, let's see, some gap up and go. Gap up and go. Tiger was, TIGR was hot this morning. It's still maintaining its gap. TIGR, China Financial. Probably quite a bit of resistance right around 21. So about $1.50 away. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. Real Page, look at this one gapping up here. Not very much volume. Real was talking about GRA earlier. Tiger, guys, Tiger on the move. TIGR on the move. Look at this. Look at this pop. Just mentioned it when it was here. Little 50-cent pop. Okay, FTFT taking out 8. Well, this has got some room now. Let's see. Next high looking left is 824. I don't know if that'll stall it, but 824 is right there. That's on the 22nd of February. After that, if I can get through that, then we've got maybe a shot to get to 9. Again, news on it this morning, buying a Bitcoin miner. Now right back down. Look at FTFT right back down. I don't like trading the first 15 minutes. Things are going to be very whippy. If you catch the right one and it keeps going, great. But I see this too many times. So I just usually sit it out and let things settle down a little bit. Not that things are completely settled down after the first 15 minutes, but definitely too whippy for me in the first 15. All right, ACY. Look at this ACY. Did see it in the pre-market. Big gap up. Now it had dropped, and now it's sort of recovering the gap it had in the pre-market up to 475. A very low float. And it just got halted. ACY just got halted. So this could be the crazy one today. Man, anybody able to get an SNOA short? That was just ripe for the pickings. Look at these topping tails right there, just over 10. And then it broke down through 10. Yeah, UPC, I mean, this is I don't think this is an IPO. I might be wrong. Might be a symbol name change, though it may be an IPO. Is it China? Where are they out of? It's possible this was an IPO at $5. Some of the China IPOs are priced pretty inexpensively. And it's a low float, 6 million in the float. Not shortable for me. Morning, Razak. Oh, look at this PFIN go. What a gap. Where are they out of again? Out of New York? Give me a moment, please. Just having an issue with my headset. All right, guys, I'm going to have to just put myself on mute for a second here. I have to change my headset. All right, guys, I'm back. And there goes Funko, FNKO. This is a gap up and go so far. There's the high in the pre-market, 25, almost $24, sorry, $24 approximately. Look at PFIN, out of nowhere. Now, what is the market doing? Market is in rip mode right now. Look at the SPY, first 15-minute candle. We had a gap up to start, and we've got a continuation so far. Look at PFIN. Again, this, you know, if this shows up here in the watch list up, it's going to be pretty extended, to say the least. Okay, look at foot now, FT. Shoot, this PFIN is just, it's gonna be, you know, by the time it triggers here, it'll be so extended. Let's see, what are the highs looking left? 991, so there was a 991. Is it shortable? It's not shortable for me either, unfortunately. Tiger continues here, TIGR. After that pop, it is continuing. But look at this though. I mean, it did pop up to what, 1976? Dropped almost 80 cents, right back up. Yeah, Marathon is interesting. MRO, definitely interesting. A lot of volume coming in. It's a big float. 786 million in the float. Also, what I see is that there could be some pretty stern resistance not that far away. Excuse me, look at that daily chart. The next high looking left is 1159 and then 1172 and 1185. I mean, listen, if it tacked on 50 cents from here, that'd be a nice percentage gain, but I don't know. It looks like there could be a little bit of resistance right here. Don't know if there's any specific reason for it's being up. Announces a $500 million gross debt reduction. That was announced after hours yesterday for MRO. That's too bad. There's another EV play, guys. HYLN. This has some room. Let's see, the next high looking left is 1177, so it does have some room. Sellers tried to knock it down. Buyers are still in control to a certain extent. Yeah, UPC did get halted also on the way up. UPC surges after underwriter fully exercises the over allotment. So there is, all right, so there is a excitement about UPC this morning. Now listen, here's my watch list. I mean, you can trade them early if you want. I just like to wait 15 minutes, see if things can settle down a little bit. But, again, you run the risk that some of these ones are flying, just keep going. Well, next high looking left on that daily chart is way up here at $12. I do remember this IPO now. This is just last week. Oh, SPY 400. Are we going to get there today? Let's put an alert up here. Okay, let's see if we get to 400 today from the SPY with the SPY. So ACY is going to be at least a 10-minute halt now. This is what I'm talking about. It got halted at 9:33, 48 seconds after, and usually they're 5-minute halts, but this one is obviously going to be more. And if it's not a 5-minute halt, usually they are multiples of 5. So this could open at 9:43 plus 48 seconds. And UPC, this is also going to be more than a 5-minute halt. So we've got a couple of halts already, but usually they are 5-minute halts. Well, FTFT, certainly, to me anyway, not an easy trade. Not after it did this, but congrats. 762, then it popped right back up. The next high looking left is 824, so it's right there. And then after that, it has a shot maybe to get to the 9 level. MRO, okay, well, we're getting close to that, what I considered maybe a resistance area. I mean, hey, listen, it may pop right through. They did have some news. Even Go EV is getting into the act after being clobbered. Earnings play got clobbered. It was already moving down before, but it got clobbered. But of course, EV play. The only way I would be able to take this if it, let's see, 978 is the high. It would have to really surge over 10. May not happen today. Probably won't. Just put an alert there though. Well, MRO guys is really, yeah, it's getting closer and closer to that area that I think could be resistance. In which case, it could turn into an interesting short. Okay, this one got halted. Sorry, I've got to show it. It got halted, but you got to be awfully careful with this type of a stock. Actually, this is not the one that I was thinking of. So LTRPB. Yeah, so it's halted, and let's see, the bid ask is a little bit above it. Okay, so now we're starting to get some. So UPC just opened. UPC did open, but again, as I said, it's going to be pretty extended here. Wow, my goodness, look at this rebound now for SNOA. ACY opened, so it did pop up. It came right back down, and now it's maybe trying to recover here. Very low float. Again, guys, you're going to trade these. Be awfully careful, especially if you're new to trading. Even if you're not new to trading, 1.2 million in the float. So much can happen up and down. I mean, this one, right there is 464 is the 200-day moving average, so it's a little bit above that. I mean, obviously, if it can somehow get back over 5 and stabilize a little bit, I mean, look at the gap it's got. 768 is the next high, approximately 768. 773 actually is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Yeah, look at SONA, guys. Man, oh man. You talk about, I mean, look how whippy these are. Why? Look at the float. 2 million in the float. Anything can happen. I mean, look. It collapsed, popped right back up, came right back down. It's trying to get back up. I mean, very, in my opinion, very difficult to trade. All right, Romeo Power. Keep an eye on this one. I mean, look at this. 890 was the high yesterday. Got hit was, I think it was an earnings play. March 30th, so it was an earnings play. And it got hit, and now it's trying to recover again, obviously, in the right sector for today. EV plays are alive and kicking. Look at, I mean, you want to see whip? Look at WKHS. What did it got up to what, 1476, came all the way down to 14. Now it's popped right back up. Just waiting for my first option alert. Yesterday we had quite a few. And we have another halt now. This, okay, just resumed. LTRB just resumed. Well, it's up to you, acceptable. I mean, when it's very, very low, that's where you get the incredible moves, but if you're looking for something a little more relaxing, a larger float. For me, anything under 20 million is what I consider a low float. So, obviously this ACY, which only has 1.2 million, but that's what can happen. It can pop and it can drop just like that too. So if you're new to trading, you might just want to forget about the low floats. PAVM, let's see, PAVM. Okay, yeah, and it just has to take out the high. Is that the opening? Yeah, so it would have to take out this level up here, 479. It would trigger for sure. Option volume, of course, is okay, and of course the percent is fine. Relative volume is up. Actually, I don't think I have relative volume in here. No, I do have. So it has to be 3. So you know what? If it gets back up here, that relative volume might go up to 3. Another gap up and go, guys. CURI. Now, what does it have looking left? Looking left, 1493 and 1520. So you can see that if it can somehow take out 15, it has a shot to get up to the 1617 level for CURI. Yeah, it would be an interesting breakout if it can take out that high again, real. Yes, I mean, because it has some room to the 560 mark in the weekly chart. And a big gap. Boy, these are difficult. I mean, look at this. I mean, look like very, very strong fuel cell pre-market. But the market opens, just gets slapped down. It has come right back up. So let's see if it takes out the pre-market high, which is around 1550-ish. ABCL. Yeah, that wouldn't trigger because I do have a price range on it, but yes, it will have to. Yeah, that option volume would have to double. Mogo. This was super active a few days ago. Mogo had earnings on the 23rd. Canadian company, MOGO. Quite a few triggering from the watch list, but my guess is that a lot of them are going to be pretty extended and whippy. I mean, these are so whippy. Yeah, I just can't even look at this. I mean, look on a 15-minute chart. When you look at a 15-minute chart for SNOA, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails all over the place. No trend. Meanwhile, okay, guys, I mean, Marathon is chugging away here. I mean, it's getting into this, what I would consider a resistance area. Yeah, this one was not shortable for me. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, so PFIN gets all the way up to 971 and drops $2 like that. So Again, chop, 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 IDEX. Here's the pre-market high. If it took out that pre-market high, what might happen? Yeah, I mean, I just think there's too much resistance, you know, from here to 4. Yeah, I do see Solo. Vancouver EV play. Kind of a strange looking car, but I'm in it. Catching a bit of a bid. A lot of resistance, though, right around here, around that 550 mark for Solo. It is shortable. Yes, it is shortable for me also at Interactive Broker. How many shorts available just for fun? Yeah, a couple of 100,000. Arcadia, and it was active yesterday, I believe. Arcadia was active yesterday. Yeah, that's right, it had earnings. Well, I don't know. I mean, the reaction was interesting. I mean, it popped up, but then it sold right off. So I have no idea if it's going to pop. You know, I mean, it's basically flat right now. All right, so these Liberty stocks are you know, on fire for whatever reason. TripAdvisor, LTRPA has a little bit of room. Okay, guys, well, other than a couple of little attempts at shorting FTFT in the pre-market, I've done nothing. It's not shortable. That VLDR is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Boy, this is so dangerous, this one. LTRPB halted again, 92.92, 91.91 on the bid ask, 93.93. So this might have a $10 pop on the open. So you wonder why these things can happen? Look at the float, PFIN, 1.4 million in the float. That's why you can get these huge percentage moves all the way up to 969. But the flip side, get these big drops just like that also. Okay, Ija, good luck. I guess the first one was good. So what is the market doing right now? The market is kind of flattening out right now. So NAS is still having a nice day. The Qs are recovering. Let's take a look at the Qs. Qs recovering, had a decent day yesterday. Now look at this, trying to break out of all this and maybe start to attack this level again. talking about the Qs, NAS. All right, my guess is that there's LI is starting to fade here. My guess is that XPEV and NIO are doing the same thing. And the answer is yes. Yeah, remember this one going bankrupt, WPG. Then there was some fake news that came out, and that popped the stock right here. What was the question for NIO? There wasn't a question. I was just remarking. Why didn't you do this? Look how choppy this is. When you do this in the pre-market for me. No, I was just remarking that NIO, XPEV, and LI were probably all sinking at the, well, sinking, but making a move like this at the same time. That's all. It wasn't a question. So this just popped in here. Just going to say, so my strong stops up and weak stocks down had nothing in them, you know, with the filters that I've got. But GES just popped in here. Again, one of the scans I'm sharing. It's a top list. So I'm gazing at the AI alerts and nothing is catching my eye. You know, I like the ones that are under $20, so nothing is catching my eye right now. Okay, guys, well, foot may be on the way down now. I mean, look at that big bottoming tail there. Sometimes that is a clue. And, you know, sort of flash down. Oh, I was wanting that bar to do right around here. All right, well, SPY is putting in a little bit of a move up. Can it hit the magic 400 today? Now another one flying high in the pre-market. I mean, it's wow. I mean, look at LAC, lithium play, flying high in the pre-market. You know, with all the excitement about EV, the EV sector. Market opens. Low of yesterday was right around 1470-ish. Okay, now here might be a potential short. Wow, look at BTAI. Is it shortable? Wow, it's shortable for me. Interactive Brokers. Look at this move down here in the daily. More importantly, look left on the weekly chart. The low is 39.41, so it's below that, and that low. Yeah, so this has got this has got no support. BTAI really no support anytime soon. BTAI. The next low looking left on the monthly chart. Yeah, there's a SPY, little move higher here, but the next low look, where's that BTAI? BTAI, the next low looking left on the monthly chart. Let's see whatever it is, $36. Yes, so, and if it can take out 36, I mean, look left on this BTAI. What do they do? Okay, so this is a bio, pharma. Had a big move down after hours yesterday. Must have had some some news. Big, look at this, big move after hours yesterday. This was sitting up at $43, dropped down to 37, kind of popped a little bit. There's the pre-market action, market opens, that first candle, boom, all the way down. What's the spread like? It's not terrible, it's about a 6-cent spread. Yeah, stick an alert down here, see if it takes that out. There's really no support. Talking about BTAI. Okay, I know a lot of you were watching Micron to see what would happen. So yeah, it did have a nice pop. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Not a big reaction really. The main reaction was this morning. Thank you, Casa. All right, I do see one from the, now, here's the deal, guys. Yes, we do have one from the options scanner. However, look at the daily chart. Look at right around that 160 mark. I just don't like, I don't like the chart. I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to power through that. I don't like this chart, UXIN. So even though we get an alert, doesn't mean absolutely, I'm going to take the trade. Got to look at the chart. I want to see way more room that it could run. There's that BTAI. Yeah. This is typical of Funko. Look how whippy it is. Now there's the pre-market high. I guess if it can take out the pre-market high, it might have still a run in it. There's the next high looking left, 24.81. Yeah, ACY just got halted again. But these are big. I mean, there's a dollar drop, from the high right there for a, $5 stock, and there's a big percentage moves. All right, guys, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right, I am now back. All right, we've got these Liberty stocks going crazy. No volume on this one. It just resumed. I don't even see a bid ask yet for the ACY. Oh, here it is, 591,617. Bit of a spread issue. 591,617. That's where he could. What time is it right now? 10:09. So if it's a 5-minute halt, so that'll be 22 seconds after 10:14. Yeah, it's funny. It's just not going to show up. I mean, it's not going to show up in the option scan, guys. The relative volume is doesn't mean you can't trade it, but the relative volume is too low. 1.63. I need 3 in this scanner. Well, guys, look at Funko from the AI. Funko from the AI. Nice move. And that's the FNKO. Here's another one that just was halted earlier, I guess. I didn't see the halt. I think the volume was too low. That's why I didn't see the halt. Low volume still. Oh man, so this just got halted again. Kelly B, Kelyb. Well, Funko now, 24.72. There's a next high looking left. Can it take that out? 25.72. 24.72, sorry. Okay, so I'm just point this out. I mean, the AI has an alert for this one. I don't like it because I think it's too close to the whole number. I think there's too much resistance right around here. So if there were more room for me for AGEN, I'd be way more interested. All right, so Rail, after a great day yesterday, is starting to, the bloom seems to be wearing off right now anyway for Rail, RAIL. The low of yesterday, so it has room, I guess, to get that low of yesterday, which was about 5. All right, BWEN. This had a I would say an interesting day. I mean, it got up to 745, closed down here at 661 for BWEN, and let's see, the high yesterday again was what, 741 or so. I mean, if we can take that out, probably has some resistance right around 760 though. I've got my alert. I've got my 400 alert, Zach. I know you can't hear me. All right, guys, I think I'll start my spiel now. A little bit of a lull on the action for me. AMTX is a gap up and go. What's the high here? 2669. Looking left. Wish this weren't here. 2744. Not that much room to the next high. All right. Well, first of all, if you're new to this room, to the rooms, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, not tomorrow. Market is closed tomorrow for the Good Friday holiday. But in a normal week, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. I did see that it triggered, Funko triggered in the options. It'll be pretty extended, but let's just see. What's the high there? 2472. And looking left again, it's got it's got maybe some resistance in this area, but I mean, if I can crack through that, look out. So yes, so again, I share my screen live on the mic from between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to put a link into the room. And by the way, if you saved my homepage link before, this is a new link now, okay? So if you've saved my homepage link before, I know it looks kind of the same, but it isn't. Okay, so if in this room here, if you can find my tab called Barry's Homepage, you click on that. We still have a promo on for 20% off Easter Bunny. 20% savings, first month only or the entire year. So use Easter Bunny because when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Barry for Alpha, so don't use that one. You want 20% off, use Easter Bunny, all in capital letters. I believe it'll be good until Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Sunday night, Eastern Time. Click on Get Trade Ideas, and this is what you'll see. We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the annual, the big one, premium, $22.68 a year on an annual basis, less the 20%. Standard is $10.68 a year, less the 20%. The big difference between the premium and standard is the AI. That's the usual reason why people want to have access to take a look at our premium service. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. There are some other differences, but that's the main difference. You do not have to take out an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. 118 or 228, less the 20%, first month only. Please listen very carefully. First month only if you go on a month-to-month basis, because then the second month it'll go back to these prices. Okay, not back, it'll go to their normal prices. Okay, now if you decide within 30 days that you'd like to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, we'll honor that 20% promo code. Okay? More information from my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think it's really done very much this week. Stock of the day video. I pick on one stock, talk about it for about 2 or 3 minutes. You can sign up here. All the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. Okay, again, it is a layout, so make sure you do save your layout to the cloud before you load it. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. However, if you don't want my entire layout, I've got all the individual scans here that you can take a look at. And that's why I'm saying if you save my link, you can take a look at all this later on. And this is the one I love, the moving higher with unusually strong options. An education section right here. So when you click on that, okay, I like to pop that 20 lessons in 20 days. Just pop it in as a link on its own. Okay, so when you click on that link, on the 20 lessons, this is what you're going to see. Strongly, strongly recommend that that's what you do first if you take out a subscription. You know, get accustomed to what our options, what the features that we have, what is a top list, building one, alert window, creating one, etc. Okay, some information about the AI, Holly. Okay, so a lot of information here. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also click on the link so you can see what some of the basic things that we have to offer. More support. So today's Thursday, so between 12 and 1, somebody else will moderate the YouTube room. Today, I believe it should be Jamie. Okay, so you can head over there. I take a break around noon. So you can head over to the YouTube room. I'll pop the link in before I take a break. It's a Q&A. Here's the free trading room. You're probably in it. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos, more here. And back to basics if you're brand new to trading. And I mean brand new. Let me tell you what a stock is. What is a stock? Okay, I mean, that's how basic it starts. It's a little 36-part, very, I think it was very well done by Michael. Okay, and they're just short little clips. Trading books that we created are here. So a lot of information from my homepage. So as I say, you can save my link and you can take a look at everything later on at your leisure. Okay, just give me a moment as I resize the window. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? For those of you brand new into the room, not too familiar with our product, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market, trying to come up with ideas. That's why we're called Trade Ideas, ideas to trade. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use our product. I get that question a lot. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So what do I mean by a scanner? Again, if you're brand new, so you know I've got something here called Basic New Highs and Lows. I'm sharing this. So if I right click, configure, summary. So here are some filters that I put in place. This is what I like to see in this particular scanner. I want to see stocks between 1 and 20, price-wise, trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day, minimum 400,000 shares, etc. These are the filters that I'm using here. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why I'm seeing this. So I'm seeing MRO, PFIN earlier, TIGR. Okay, that's why I see these. And on the downside, these two. So that's just a scan I put together. And the nice thing is that you do not have to know a programming language. What we did as a company, say, okay, listen, most people do not want to have to learn a programming language to do all this. So we feel that we have created enough alerts. These are when you see these sort of icons, these are all the different alerts that we've got. We're going to go over them all, of course. And these icons, these are our filters. So we feel as a company that we've created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to give you a scan for stocks that you might like to see. Okay? So no programming language is required to learn. All right, now I do want to talk about the AI and what it's all about. I'll show this screen in a second. So we have what we call around 70 to 75 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine to optimize those strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. These of the 75 strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. I would not worry myself on why these made the cut, what the names of them are, or from what segment of the AI they're coming from. You know, what I would do to make it really, really simple is I would click on New from our toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. You will get no alerts until at least 9:35. You don't necessarily get them at 9:35, but we get a question a lot. Does the AI work in the pre-market? No. But this is what you'd see. So I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout to make things really simple. And what happens is, just wait for the alerts to happen. You have, you don't have to get in right at the penny, but this was an entry, and here's a stop. It's all laid out. How you trade them is going to be up to you. Okay, there is no video on how to trade the AI. You know, one thing we do recommend though is you do not auto trade the AI. You know, I think you'll get a lot more out of it if you manage the exits on your own. Okay, so I use that as a watch list. I have a certain price range that I like, you know, under 20. That's just me though, but I use it as a watch list. Thank you, Brian. So that is the AI. Now I want to turn my attention, or your attention also, to this window that you see here that we call Brokerage Plus. But before I do that, I want to pop this link into both rooms. All right, so I did pop this link that is called Brokerage Plus. Disregard the E-Trade and the TDA. It's only right now the only way you can use Brokerage Plus, this window, to trade from within Trade Ideas. You need an interactive broker's account. If you have an interactive broker's account, then if you watch the video, it'll show you, how you connect. You notice here. Now, by the way, this is only available with a downloadable application, okay? It's not, if you're using our web-based product, this is not available. But you'll notice in the toolbar, we have one of the options is called Brokerage Plus, and underneath we have Live and Sim. I'll talk about the Sim in a little bit. But if you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this window to trade your interactive broker's account. You would connect to it. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, let's take a look. Let's just say you look at Funko. FNKO, and you say, yes, I would love to trade Funko. So you can go back, right click, and notice at the very top it says Trade Funko, and here are some buying and shorting options that I created. And how you do that is you watch that video. It'll show you how you can create your own, what we call one-click trading. You select how you want to trade it, you click on it, and now you're in the trade. So I know a lot of you get a little bit, I think personally, a little bit hung up on auto trading. I mean, this is pretty darn close. Before I would want to trade anything, personally, I'd always want to check the chart, see what sort of room a stock has, what is the SPY doing, what's the overall market doing, before I would make my decision. But it's so darn quick. I mean, when you get used to trading, you can size a lot of this up very, very quickly. And you can make up your mind. I mean, you shouldn't be so hung up that, man, if I don't get it at 23.88, it's a ruined trade. Trade Ideas is not designed for, scalping pennies. Okay, if that's what you're into, this is the wrong platform. So that is what the AI is all about. So if you took a trade You would see it here. These are hotkeys. So if you wanted to get out of a trade, you would flatten or you could sell. But these are some hotkeys that we've got. You could get out of half your trade or you could double your position. Okay, now I want to talk about our simulator, which I think is really, really important. We have a lot of new traders, people new to trading. Even if you're an experienced trader, though, you can use our simulator to try out, maybe a new strategy or a window that you created to see how well it would work. So it's not just for brand new traders, but absolutely, before you commit money to the market, if you've never traded before, please, I plead with you, practice trading first. Trading is not easy, so practice trading first. You can use our simulator. Doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. Okay? It's using our real-time data. So how does it work? Well, you would click on Sim. Now you're in simulation mode. Again, the same, everything I just described about using it if you have an interactive brokerage account, everything still applies. I click on an alert. Notice the symbol shows up. Click on DSSI. Symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. Okay. And I would click buy and I'd be in the trade. If you're new to trading, you're probably don't want to short. Nothing wrong with shorting, of course, but you may not want to short if you're brand new to trading. And otherwise, you click the sell button. So how I like to demonstrate this to start. Funko might be a good idea. Yeah, Funko might be a good one. I like to demonstrate how you can take a trade on a pullback. So let's take a look at Funko right up here. Okay, so it's almost at the high of the day. So let's just say, though, I wanted to take this trade if it pulled back to, say, 24.01. Okay, right in this level here. So I would pick how many shares I would want to do that. Let's take 300 shares. I'm going to put 24. I'll just put $24. Again, I'm just demonstrating how you would do this, okay? Click the buy button and see this nice big blue line appears on the chart. So if Funko goes down to 24, it'll take the trade on a pullback. Now, let's just say you've done this now, but let's just say it starts to approach that, but you look at the SPY and you look at something else, you say, you know what, I do not want to do that anymore. So you just go to the orders, right click, and you cancel. Okay? So I'm going to cancel. These are from yesterday. Just want to cancel these out. Okay, so that's how you would take a trade on a pullback using Brokerage Plus. Now the other you could also do, let's just say I really like this if it took out 25, maybe got up to 25.06 or something like that, get a little high of the day pop. So I could also do it the other way. I could put, the two prices above the current price, click on the buy, and then you would see a big blue line above the current price. Okay, so that's one way how you can do it. Now we are going to talk about money management, the concept of placing a stop, and the concept of risking basically the same amount per trade. So unfortunately, every trade you get into is not going to work. You have to have a price that you're going to get out of the stock if it's not working, out of the trade if it's not working. Now, this is only going to come with practice, okay? Because you might say, well, how am I going to know that? Do I just put 10 cents below every trade or 20 cents below? No. You have to start being able to read charts, where you think there might be a support area on the chart, a lot of consolidation perhaps, so that if the price went below that, you should be out of the trade. Only going to come with practice and looking at charts. And that is one way of doing it, okay? Looking at a chart and checking to see where there might be an area where that looks like there's pretty decent support. So let's just take a trade. Let's just take one. See if I can find one that makes a little bit of sense. Well, that one obviously doesn't. That one doesn't. Look how many pullbacks we've had. Okay, so no, I would never chase this one up. I'm just trying to demonstrate though how you could take a trade and place a stop, and I'll show you how that would then, knowing where your stop is, of course, knowing what price you're getting in, that will determine how many shares you take in the trade. I'm going to take this trade right now, okay? And I'm going to, I'm going to try to make, I know I say this every day, but I'm just trying to make the math easy for people. I'm going to buy this. I got in at 10.36. I'm going to put a stop at 10, again, just to make this math easy, at 10.16. I'm going to add the stop. Okay, you see this big bright, that's not actually, that wouldn't be the worst place, but you know, looking at the 2-minute chart. But again, I'm just trying to make the math easy here. Notice that a big red line appears right on the chart, so that if GRTS goes back down to 10.16, it'll take me out for a $97 a loss. Okay, there's a bit of a rounding error, because why I picked this 20-cent stop, because the next concept is, okay, if you get the idea that you're supposed to put a stop in, and this might take me out almost immediately, which is okay, this is just a demo, is that you should be risking, in fact, it looks like it's going to take me out. You know what, I want to drop the stop down because I want to show you something else. Yeah, it's going to, I think it's going to, it didn't take me out. I would pick one that was very close. Anyway, what I'm trying to demonstrate though is that when you know what the price you're getting in, of course, and you know where your stop is, in this particular case, it was 20 cents away. Okay, I know I've adjusted it, but when I first put it in, it was at 10.16, 20 cents away, and this is going to share size you. You don't go into every trade thinking, well, I'm going to take 100 shares a trade, 200 shares a trade, 300 shares a trade, etc. If you're how much you have to get into your head that you're going to risk a dollar amount per trade. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Hopefully that makes sense. So if your account size dictates that you can risk $100 a trade, so that if the trade works against you, you only want to lose max of $100, then knowing, of course, where your entry is and your stop is, you subtract the two. That's why I tried to make it 20 cents. Because now you'll take 20 cents and you'll divide that into $100. And that's how we get the 500. That's why, you know, again, I'm just trying to make the math easy. So 500 shares, if it goes against me and I have a 20-cent stop, I should lose no more than $100 within reason. I mean, there could be some slippage and things like that. Okay, so that's the concept, okay, of knowing where your stop is on the chart. Again, practice, and then that'll share size you based on how much you're going to lose, how much you're planning to, the max you want to lose for the trade. So you're hearing me say all this, and you might say, okay, that makes a lot of sense, but this is what's going to happen. You will get into a trade, and it'll start to work against you, and you'll start to deny it. You'll start to think to yourself, well, man, you know, I'm so new to trading. Maybe that stop I placed is not where it should have been on the chart. Okay, now this should take me out of the trade. There you go. See, it took me out of the trade. Okay, so manageable. I mean, a little bit of slippage, $105 loss. Okay. Now, what I was really going to show you though is that what could happen is that you know, as it starts approaching your stop, you start thinking, maybe my stop was too tight. I can't demonstrate it now because the line is now not that red line. You start moving your stop down because you cannot believe this trade is not going to work. You've heard so many great things about the company. You know, the setup was primo, but even a great setup, even great news does not necessarily mean that the trade's going to work. But human nature being what it is, you start reducing your stop. You start moving that line down. Even if you don't have a line on, but mentally you're not prepared to take yourself out of the trade for that $100 loss. So you keep moving, you keep moving either mentally or the line down on the chart. So now that $100 loss starts turning into $200 maybe even 300 as you keep moving it down and down and down because you just won't obey your stop. It's that simple. You get stubborn. Eventually, maybe you do obey it, and now you're down $500 instead of being down only $100 on the trade. So how do you counteract that? Well, you let the system take all the emotion out of trading. You place your stop and you obey it, and it takes you out of the trade. That's it. Move on. Okay, just move on. Sometimes, and commissions are so cheap now that, getting out of a trade because you don't want to pay commissions, that's a non-issue now. So what can happen though is, look what's happening right now. Maybe the setup returns and maybe you can get back into the trade later on, because the setup is still valid. So maybe you were just a little bit early on the trade. Okay, so the whole concept of money management is so key when you first start out trading. Can't emphasize that more. Otherwise, you're not going to last long. The other thing I'm going to say is that if you cannot make money practicing using our simulator or any simulator, I mean, there are simulators out there, but if you cannot make money paper trading, it's going to be awfully hard to make money once you have real money on the line, okay? Because when you have real money on the line, in here, okay, took $105 loss, no big deal. It's just paper. I'm just paper trading. When it becomes your real money, emotions really, really start to take over. And, discipline can fly out the window. A lot of things can happen. So if you cannot make money paper trading, almost for sure you will not be able to make money when you finally commit money to the market. However, if you can make money paper trading, again, there is no guarantee that you'll be able to make money when you commit money to the market. Because again, the whole emotional aspect of trading really, really takes over. When you start to see your profit and loss go up and down, I mean, it really, it can become very nerve-wracking. So that's why we're saying practice trading. I get a question. I had an email yesterday. Well, how long is it going to take me to practice trading? How can I answer a question like that? Everybody is different. Everybody's mental outlook is different. How disciplined you can be when you're in trades and managing the trades, obeying your stops, things like that. It's impossible for me to tell you, oh, it'll take you a month, it'll take you a week, it'll take you a year. Okay? So that is my spiel, everybody. Now I'll start to take a look at some of the what's happening. And maybe never. The dreamer, you're absolutely right. Maybe never. Some people just aren't cut out for trading, and that's the hard truth you have to accept sometimes. Trade Ideas is a great, great tool for trading, but it's not the magic bullet. The discount code is, let me just pop it in for you. Well, if you go to if you actually go here, click on my homepage tab, and there it is, Easter Bunny, okay, Easter Bunny, all in capital letters. And 20% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, did you get that, Easter Bunny? Okay, great. I am on mute. What's wrong with me? I think I coughed. I put myself on mute. Market is not open at all tomorrow, Kang. Not at all. Guys, listen to me. Good Friday is tomorrow. It's a market holiday. Market is not open tomorrow. Okay? We always usually have an over-under within Trade Ideas. How many people are going to say, hey, what's wrong with your program? The over-under. Tomorrow, the email's coming in. What's wrong with your program? It's not working. Full day today. Yes, full day today. No, Kang, it's a full day, full market day, okay? Full market day, everybody. I'm getting this question. Is it a full day? It's a full day today. Closed tomorrow. Okay, so this again, I wanted to talk about this max P&L. So let's just say for argument's sake that when I got into Funko, it actually popped up. And at one point I could have been up $100 just as for argument's sake. That's what that max P&L. But I didn't get out of anything, and then finally when I got out of the trade, I was down $84. Obviously, that would not be good. Okay, if you never want to see a gain turn into a loss. So that's why I like to see these two, that column there. And then the distance from the exit price is really good, I think, because what this is telling me is that when I got out of the trade, now what you want to see is a big negative number. When I got out of the trade, right now, it's 5 cents underneath. I mean, nothing fantastic, but what you'd love to see is a big negative number because that means when I got out, the stock really kept moving down. Now, for the GRTS, from where I got out, it's 18 cents above. So you don't want to see a huge positive number, but this can kind of start showing you, well, how good are my exits? Okay, keeping an eye on how good are your exits. That's a common question or comment. I can't seem to manage my exits very well. I'm leaving money on the table, or worse, I didn't get out when I had a profit. Things like that. So these two columns can kind of a bit of a gauge on how good are your exits. SUNW. Yeah, it's on my watch list because, remember, I do the scanning after hours yesterday, and it didn't meet my requirements. That's why. This watch list is based on a lot of after hours work. I do the day, so today when the markets close, I'll do my scanning to be ready for the watch list for Monday, okay? Okay, so, guys, so I see this BO WX. It did appear in the option scanner. It could be really interesting. Let's just see how it's basing here nicely. For the reasons I did not like the Uxin that much. I mean, it gave a little bit of a pop, but I thought this would be too much resistance, and it appears that it is. And the Funko, yeah, I mean I have found that this one is a really tough intraday trader. It can be very look at these. Look at the 15-minute candle here. You've got these topping tails. You've got bottoming tails. Not really what I call a definable trend. So, when I saw that, I thought, man, it just can be a very tough intraday trader. However, later on in the day, this could settle down and start to. We've seen this before too. I've seen this before with this Funko, that eventually maybe settle down and then starts to move. So, but the BO WX, very interesting, because it has no resistance. This is a SPAC that is taking over. Who are they going in with? With WeWork, that's right. I did not notice it. No, I think I was long gone by then. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right. That was a big move. Yes, no kidding. No, I did not notice that. All right, SPY tried to get to 400. Came also close. 399.32, 399.31. So it tried, and now it's saying not so fast. So bit of a move down now in the SPY. Oh, there goes BOWX, guys. BOWX. Again, I'm never going to tell you to take trades. You know, it has to meet your trading plan or the idea that I'm kind of floating out there. But I mean, has no resistance, obviously, all-time high. If you know anything about WeWork, you know there's been a lot of controversy about it over the last 2 years. But their idea is to go public through BOWX. That was announced right here that day. Oh, I'm sure he's not very happy with it. So I'm going to stick an alert for FNKO around where the option alert came in and see if that happens later on in the day. Okay, here's a little gold play that is Goro, but coming right into some resistance. Play is getting weak here, guys. Play, and it's through the... No, sorry, that's not the 200-day. Sorry. Play is getting weak here. And the next low looking left is around 41.23 for Play, Play. Okay, guys. Well, this is shortable. For me anyway. SXTC. Next high looking left is 225. Real cheap, really a real cheap one. Some volume coming in. SXTC. Well, I mean, it's individual stocks we're talking about, Rudy. So there'll always be some stocks that you could short regardless of what the market's doing. But if you're talking about shorting the overall market, no, obviously, I mean the market's up. Especially tech. Tech is this is the good one, guys. Tech coming back. See if we can really hold above this level right here. I mean, look at all this right here on the daily chart and start to fill in this void again. I don't know if it's time yet. Oh, I thought you meant it's time. Yeah, these are still, I mean, at some point when all the selling of this goes away because of what happened, I mean, this could turn into just an awesome, an awesome recovery. I'm talking about the disc K. Yeah, I don't, Johnny, I don't really analyze the market like that, to say something like, yes, this is the start of another bull run, or no, we're in bear territory. You look at 10 analysts on TV and you might get 10 different opinions. So I just don't, I'm not a big macro player. Whatever the market does, it's going to do. I mean, there's nothing, it doesn't appear to be anything stopping it, depending on the sector. I mean, if the bill gets passed and there's a lot of infrastructure spending, things like U.S. Steel, even though U.S. Steel, I think, is having a bit of a down day today. Yeah, a bit of a down day today. But I just don't make any predictions of whether I think this is the start of another bull run or just let it happen. No, I agree. It would be nice. I know most charting programs you can do that, but yeah, we can't do that here. It's been brought up before, so again, as always, Sam, send it to info. It's been brought up before. That's not nothing new. All right, guys, I think we have a winner here. BOWX is a bona fide winner from the option scan. I said I like this one because of the room it had. It's an all-time high. How you're traded will be up to you. But, I mean, it's a winner. Yeah, don't hold your breath, Sam. I mean, I'm not going to snow you. Don't hold your breath. I mean, it's been brought up a few times before. There are certain things that the company concentrates on. We are trying to add more things to the charts, indicators to the charts. You can see, I mean, we're adding more and more and more, okay, indicators to the charts. I'd like to see not so much indicators, but a little more options. But so I'm not going to try to say, yeah, you send that in, and tomorrow it'll be, you'll be able to do it. I have asked for certain things for years. They don't listen to me. Well, look at the SPY after that little mini downturn. Look at the SPY now. Can we get to 400? Yeah, I know you're. I understand, but people's hopes get up. You know, when they do make a suggestion, because we see the emails. You know, we see the emails coming in, and then, you know, a week goes by. Hey, you know, is the suggestion I had? I think it's really good. When is it going to happen? So, you know, I always want to tell people that, you know, these things may never happen. Things that you're looking for. I'm not just talking specifically that one, but wow, yeah, what a pop for cost. No kidding. What a pop. I'm surprised. Yeah, I mean, how many? There are a lot of there are only 8,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers right now. I bet you they'll get snapped up. And it is halted. Yes, I don't see a big. I don't see a big pop. No, this picked it up. My options scanner picked it up. And if you're wondering why it wouldn't be picked up here, let's see. Something would have prevented it. A filter would have prevented it. I'm sure there is, Eagle. I can't tell you how, but I'm sure there is. Those of you with Thinkorswim, I'm sure you know, you have to. Somebody will have to answer you. I don't know how because I don't have Thinkorswim. I know how to do it, of course, in Interactive Brokers, but yeah. So I don't. I suppose we do, Greg. You can try these, okay? I don't use them, but you can try. Consolidated. If you type in, if you right click consolidation, a breakout, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15. Okay, you can try. So if you go to your alert window, right click, configure, and type in the search, or click on the search, and just type in console. Start typing in console. There we go. This is what's going to pop out. Okay. How well it works, I don't know. I really don't use this. But you're, of course, more than welcome to try it. Well, okay, let's take a look at UXIN. Okay, just a moment, please. All right, so I can probably tell you why it didn't pick it up, because one of the filters I have here, and you don't have to, I mean, you know, you don't have to use these filters exactly. See, the number of alerts is at least 60. Sometimes when it's a cheap stock, you won't, you know, 60 might be tough to get. The other thing is, yeah, my guess is this. It might have made 60 new highs. The earnings per share, okay, now this is a way to trick the system into only looking at stocks. In fact, what I'm going to do is, because of, stock, in other words, to eliminate ETFs, etc. Okay, so if you only want stocks to show up here, this is a little trick we use. You use your EPS, your earnings per share filter, put 0.001 in the min and minus 0.001 in the max. Okay, because stocks, all stocks have earnings, either positive or negative. ETFs, of course, don't. So we put this in here. However, from time to time, especially what I've seen, some of these China stocks, it won't allow them to pass. Okay, it treats them almost like it's an ETF, which of course it isn't. So let me just see if that's it. So that could be the reason. I'm going to duplicate this window. That could be the reason, or the count issue could be the reason. So let me just, what I'm going to do is I'm going to eliminate that filter just for fun. Okay, and then there's BOX, okay, as an example. So for whatever reason, having that filter in there prevented. Now you can take it out. My guess is that if I So the BOX showed up. UXIN didn't show up probably because it didn't have 60 new highs. Okay, so you can take this and you can eliminate the earnings per share, and you can reduce the count. That's up to you. Does that make sense? That's a question we get a lot. How come my filter or my scan didn't pick this up? And usually it's a filter. It's a filter that's in place. Or just like you asked, well, in that particular case, it happened to be the earnings per share filter. Okay. And so, yes, I could reduce it, but I might get a lot of ETFs. I don't want to see ETFs in here. If I reduce the count, I may get a lot of stocks I don't want to see. So there's always a trade-off. Always a trade-off. I could create a scan that you'll see every stock that you want to see. Problem is, you'll see a lot that you may not want to see. So always a trade-off when you're dealing with these with the filters and creating your scan. I've only had in this window total today 4 up, 4 down. On the way down. Why did I had shorted this a couple of times in the pre-market, marginal gains for each. I really wish that had happened. Wow. Yeah, you see why. Not over and done with. This is pretty, it's a tough trader, but it is not over. It got halted on the way down. A lot of times that signifies the end. But no, it's still, you look left on that monthly chart, and how much room? 1379. What do they do again? Commercial regional aircrafts, okay. No, this is not a suggestion or anything like that, but if you're inclined to look at stocks to potentially swing, this WX is pretty interesting. Again, that's not a suggestion. I shouldn't say it. I guess it is a suggestion to take a look at it, but it's not, you should. There you go, Doug. Well, it's an all-time high. You know, it's a SPAC, so I mean, it's an all-time high. There's no resistance. That's what I mean. These. I haven't seen this for a while, guys, but you know, one of my pet peeves is companies that release the financing during market hours, and that's what they did. FTFT, that's what they did. 5.73 million shares. So, you know, it's just an absolute pet peeve of mine. $6 a share. So, you know, you're sitting up here thinking, okay, you know. Actually, I thought this was up at 14, but still. So now you're caught. Yeah, I mean, you'll get more. You absolutely will get more. It's been a while, yeah. It is nighttime in China. I get that, but you know, they trade on the US exchange, but hey, nothing you can do about it. Look at FLIR, guys. FLR. FLIR, big construction company. It's been sort of riding the, you know, the infrastructure wave for a while. MOXC, guys, is running here, 557 on that alert here, 557. It did pull back pretty severely. Let me make sure it's the right candle. Yeah, that's a pretty big pullback. All the way down to 5. Now it's popped right back up. MOXC. Pretty low float, China stock, 15 million in the float. Yeah, look at the ACY. So it came out of the halt and look at that surge. But look at this. I mean, still, look at that big drop there and right back up. But these are, you got to have nerves of steel in this. However, it is now maybe not that far away from a interesting resistance area, ACY. Yeah, halted again. Yes, halted again. Trying to see what the news is. All right, so big news. They announced I remember this now. They announced their voluntary Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceedings. That caused the drop, and now everybody's happy. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Whoa, the big high flying one from yesterday, CHPT, was ripping higher in the pre-market. Again, like a lot of these, now starting to sink, CHPT. Yeah, the Playboy, yeah, they said that they are going to do it also in terms of NFT. Why not? FTFT. Why couldn't they have announced that financing when I was in the short in the pre-market? Why couldn't they have announced it then? Well, MOXC is wild and whippy, but there it is. It's continuing to move higher. Now on the 5-minute chart, nice little trend. Now maybe this will be it. I mean, in terms of the whippiness, famous last words, MOXC and the back this out on the monthly chart, and let's see what sort of room this has. All right, so that high there is $5, so that's easy. 5.10. The next high 5.15. So we're in 6.15. So there's the next high. Looking left on the monthly chart, man, if you can take that out, I mean, then you're talking 9. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but this has got a lot of room to run. What do they do? It's a financing, Johnny. It's a financing at $6 for FTFT. That's why it got hit. Usually companies don't announce financing during market hours, but this is a Chinese company, so that's I just really hate it when that happens. All right, guys. Well, again, a nice little winner. I mean, nothing incredibly dramatic, but 1245 to 1280 right now. Options play. Coming into the top of that channel, right real, but it has been a nice one. All right, I have taken some off the Bow WX. Couple of reasons. I'm looking at maybe a top of a channel. and also getting closer to that whole number. So I've taken some off of the BOWX. Well, that's in your program reel. Mine, 30-minute, mine says right around 1287. Well, I'm eyeballing it. I am eyeballing it. You know, I'm looking at TradingView. No. I didn't even know about it until here, 12:45. I didn't take it right at 12:45, but it's from my options play. If you were listening, you know, when this happened, I said, okay, this one has room. There's no resistance because it's an all-time high. It has the, you know, the news about basically they'll merge with Rework to create the public company. Okay, so I mean that's why it had this big pop a few days ago. So if you heard me talking about it, I mean that's out of the three. You know, I dismissed the UXIN, just didn't like the. I mean, listen, it may still move. It's still, but right here, I thought it might be too much resistance, so I kind of dismissed that. And the Funko, you know, I said, listen, it is I find it very tough intraday trader. But when this happened, I said, hey, it has no resistance. So that became the prime candidate for me for my option scan. Well, understand, I didn't take it right there, you know, right on the alert. Watch it, it chopped around for a while, you know, but right around here where it took this out is where I said, okay, it looks like it's getting ready. So my stop would have been right down around here, around that sorry, the 1239 mark. Taking that out, so that's how I share sized. But understand, you know, this is not a room where I'm going to tell you what to buy or sell. All I'm doing is pointing out some opportunities, and you know, when you listen to me, and I start to say things like, "Well, I really like this one. Has no no resistance." I mean, I'm not going to tell you you should take this trade. Again, I'm not talking to you specifically, but just in general. Man, ACY, okay, just opened again. All right, this is an IPO, guys. An IPO today, ULCC. One of the quirks of our halts resumes is that a lot of times these will show up as a resume, ULCC. Meanwhile, ACY is just, it is a little insane, isn't it? We're announced bankruptcy, a Chapter 11 reorganization, gets hammered, and now all of a sudden, look at this. Yeah, go figure is right. Again, why can that happen? 1.2 million in the float. I mean, that's why it can happen. I mean, my goodness, if it takes all this out, and as Rio said, stupid. Well, you know what? Stupid IB. Maybe stupid IB saved us, Rio, from trying to short this. Yeah, I will. You know, this is one I did completely on my own, Rio. It's kind of scalped it out on a short. I don't know if it showed up on your scan or something else that I saw, but yeah, I definitely did not see it at. Well, I do see it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do see it from your scan at 9:10, but I know I saw it somewhere else. Incroyable, unbelievable. ACY. Yep, as Siri. Yeah, and you just you just do something like this. Edit the trading strategy and risk management. Sorry, order details. You just, and again, watch the video based on based on a stop loss, risking $100. Now you have to pick a stop loss. You know where you're going to put your stop. I mean that's the tricky part, but yes, you can do it. But watch the video; it's all covered in there. Well, as I said before, I actually shorted foot a couple of times in the pre-market to very modest gains. All right, guys, 11:37. So I just want to make sure that it is. I think it's Jamie today. Severe rippage. Absolutely. Severe rippage for ACY. So this is what I'm seeing again with TradingView. Okay, yeah, this is. I know it's not the same as yours. So that's what I was seeing right there. I mean, it was just touching the top of that channel. I know yours is at 13 something, but I've been watching this from TradingView, and I've been pretty happy with the results it's giving me. Oh, I know where I saw a lack. It was a gap up and reverse. This is on a 30-minute chart. That was the FTFT. I'm sorry, the BOWX. BOWX. So it did not break the channel. It just kissed the top of it. But it seems to be stalling it right now. Good grief. Charlie Brown, look at this. One of the reasons it's not showing up my options play is it doesn't trade options. No options. So that's why it's not showing up here. But look at this, okay? 776, 1028 right now. Man. From my, I don't think that there are very many that really followed through from my watch list, but definitely this one, 534, that's basically a double. Ooh, the WVE, this could be really interesting. Look at the high yesterday, and that's why it's showing up at 620. It is just at yesterday's high. One of the filters is that it has to be above yesterday's high. Boy, if this gains any sort of traction, what's the float? Yeah, it's not a low float, 40 million. If this gains any sort of traction, look at WVE. I mean, look at the room it's got. So I have to stick an alert. 620, I'm going to stick an alert right around 624 and see if it takes that out. Be great if it could just kind of, well, it's settling down a little bit on the 5, a little bit. It's straight up on the 15s. I'm talking about WVE. And then, I mean, man, if it takes this out, look at the room it's got. Well, that's because this is don't repeat the series. So this is where it stopped. You know, the first time I got alerted in this here was at 11:24. The count was 179, but this is the repeat version. So of course it's going to, you know, this is the first time I got alerted in this window, 11:24. But since then it's been making new highs, of course. So that's why the count keeps going up. The question was, why does this say 179 here in the counts and over here it says 343? Well, again, this is a don't repeat. So why I do this is that I can kind of go back and check to see, okay, here was the first alert. What did it do from there? So for instance, real, this is what I see. Okay, there's the top of the channel way up here for the SSY. And this is from TradingView, guys. I mean, I'm using TradingView for something like that. One day we may have, in fact, we may have those regression lines on our charts. I've only been asking for it for, I don't know, 6, 7 months. Yeah, no, I see that. I do see that, you know, from your scan. All right, guys, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon here, so still in the bow. I've traded some of it out, the Bow X, and I'm just kind of waiting. Again, our lucky stars. Well, there it is, ACY. So it just resumed. Bit of a downturn. Not much. All right, guys. Yeah, AC is not it's not over and done with yet. Amazing. Yeah, listen. I may be. Look. I've been wrong about the UXN. I mean, if UXIN. If you took it at 149 and you're sitting up here at 177, that's a tremendous percentage move. I just didn't like what I saw on the daily chart, so I took a pass on it. GKK, hello. How's our Mara doing? Yeah, we could all be retired. Yeah, well, when you get it, you let me know. Well, this continues. ACY just continues to do the crazy thing. But look at this. A little. Maybe this is it. I don't know. I mean, there's a big topping tail. A couple of topping tails now in the 15, especially this one right there. Problem is, I don't have any shares that I can short, so. All right, guys, WVE just is above yesterday's high. Problem is, I'm going to be taking my break soon, and I don't know if I want to get into something like this while I'm on my break. Very extended on the 15s, unfortunately. A little bit better on the 2-minute chart. I wish it just would sort of slow down here on the 15 and just kind of base a little bit. This is just, to me, too much in chase mode, but Sylvie? So Real is saying that because there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. That's why he is saying it is torturing him. Oh, that's good to hear, Renee. Don't walk away. Sometimes I amuse myself. There you go, the left bank. Absolutely. Well, this WVE is leaving me behind. I couldn't bring myself. Maybe here, I guess I could have made an argument right there in the 2 minute, but yes, do not leave your computer. You know, this one was part of that Reddit crowd, JAN, you know, back here, JAN. And it's putting a little bit of a pop. Another crazy, crazy low float. 1.3 million in the float for JAN. All right, guys. Again, I'm just getting set to take my break. Probably about 5 minutes. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up in the YouTube room. In fact, what I'll do right now is pop the link in if you want to head over there while I'm on my break. Give me a moment, please, guys. All right, guys, I am just kind of keeping an eye on the BOX. I'm just skeptical that it's going to take out 13. Yeah, I see Playboy right here, PLBY. I mean, it is an all-time high. They did an IPO. You can imagine that. They did an IPO back here. Playboy magazine. Interesting. So they did an IPO back here. Did absolutely nothing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months, and then 2 months ago started a little bit of move last month, and now look at it. PLBY. I believe it is part of this NFT. Another one halted. CLWT halted on the way up. Yes, and look at the room it's got. Let's see, 450 has some room to 450. Comes out of that halt. What I'm seeing right now, it's stacking up, coming out of the halt. This can change, of course, but I see 433, 433. Again, for those of you wondering what I'm talking about, this is, Interactive Brokers. Your platform will have something similar, but this is, showing where the halt is and then where it could open at. Okay, it's a 5-minute halt, so it'll come out after I'm gone for my break, a little after noon, if it's a 5-minute halt. So I just want to put the announcement in, get ready for my break. Yeah, you have to stay away from those those LTR. I mean, I'm not. You catch it right, yeah, it's awesome. But the floats are so low usually, and they're so spready. All right. Well, listen, I'm glad I didn't take the WVE. Now, let's see what happens here on the WVE on this pullback and see if it can get back up here. There's a big topping tail, though. This could be the short now of it. Yeah, well, listen, I'm obviously wrong. I'm dead wrong about the UXIN. I didn't want to take it because I just thought there'd be too much resistance in this area. Sorry, right up here. But this has proven to be no resistance whatsoever. I mean, that's a great move. 149 to 184. Wow. It could be the next Uxin. Okay. Could be the next Uxin. Okay. Could be the next Uxin. Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think I've got the steering wheel here a little abrupt. I don't know if I just cut Barry off or not. Let me touch base with him. Or if you guys are seeing my screen now, if someone would be so kind to let me know in the chat that it is working properly. Okay, well, that's good. Just didn't mean to cut Barry off so abruptly there. As long as you guys can see my screen, then great success. Give me 1 second here. All right. And let me grab my pen just in case I need to do any drawing. And there we go. Okay, ladies and gents, welcome to my desktop. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you have any questions about trade ideas, just let me have them. Any topic is fair game. So, well, happy April Fool's Day. And what you're seeing on my screen is not an April Fool's Day joke, but hey, here we are. All-time highs, just in time for the holiday tomorrow. Friendly reminder that the market is closed tomorrow. Okay, Barry tells me he did it on purpose, so a good deal. All right, so questions panel is up and vacant. Let's see. Siri, how do you do next low? Okay, so I think you might be referring to this window here, right? If you're referring to this column right here, next high or low, if that's what the question is, then you'll notice this is the upside. Oops, this is the upside version of this window. Obviously, this is the downside version. So when we see alerts come through here, here's a great example this morning. Let's take a look at ACY. I mean, this thing just blasted off earlier today. And if we look at the daily, right about the time it was cracking that level right there, we can see the correlation over here on the intraday, right? So look at this nice, beautiful little 15-minute consolidation period. Not 15 minutes, but 15-minute candles. So we had about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good hour and 15 minutes of consolidation. So let's do this. We're just going to point this window to ACY. Well, come on, fingers, you can do it. Take a peek at the history here. All right, so right here is where, well, not technically a new high until we got to that level there, but you know, once we got above these candle bodies, we're taking a look at. So when we look for the alert, we'll probably see it around 618, and there we have it right there. Oops, a little bit later, 10 o'clock. There we go, right. Should be about right here. Okay, notice the arrows there, and notice what it says in next high or low. It's telling me $1.53 until the next area of short-term potential supply. Okay, so that gives us an idea of how much the stock has to run, assuming it goes, based on what the system is seeing over here. Now, this is a function of the alert that's being used, which is the new high. Okay, because this information is built into that alert, and we're simply using a custom formula here to create the next high or low. So same thing applies to the downside using new low. As Finco broke these levels here, it's telling us, well, if it keeps going, we got almost $3 in there of room based on the areas of potential support over here. So it's a great little way to immediately know how much room a stock has without having to eyeball the chart. So as long as we use new high or new low and we install the next high or low column, which is a custom filter, by the way. If we take a peek into the configuration here, you can see that next high or low is a custom filter. I have it assigned as U54. But if you would like that filter inserted into your account, then we can do that for you. All you'll need to do is just, I could drop the filter in here, or if you'd like to, you could just simply email info@trade-ideas.com. Say, hey, Jamie was talking about the next high-low filter. I'd like to have that custom filter inserted to my account. They can forward it over to me, and I'd be happy to pop that in there for you. But that's the nature, that's the mechanics behind that column. So I hope that makes sense. All right, good deal. But boy, what an opportunity. You know, as we saw it crossing this level right here, what do we have over here? We had a nice big gap to get into. And boy, not only did it fill that gap rather quickly, but boom, all the way up to these levels here. Notice the wick right above those levels. You know, hey, almost a doubler there from 535, topping out at $11. So yeah, a double. You never can tell when those are going to pop up, but that's a great way to find them. Quite a bit of runners on this little ticker window today. Grits, not doing too shabby. ACY kind of dominating the alerts here, but as the market hits all-time highs, no big surprise there. How's Holly doing today? If we take a glance over here, all-time highs for the market, but the AI not having a spectacular day, but not having a bad day nonetheless. These values based on 100 shares per trade, so technically down a smidge based on 100 shares per trade over here. And looking at the overall blotter, just kind of a mixed bag here. The ones that were stopped out kept going, so not really any good examples of what we would call trade arounds today based on stop levels. Not a bad trade in PHM as it ebbs and flows around close to all-time highs. So once again, the questions panel is open. If you got something, go ahead and throw it in there. AMAP popped out to all-time highs yesterday and is continuing its little run from this level. The mighty Applied Materials getting that little gap up, stayed above, and another gap up today. Could be a multi-day runner. Well, looky here, PLBY hitting all-time highs. What is the PHM stop loss? Okay, good question. So here's the PHM trade. As soon as I click on that guy, it's going to have the stop loss right down here, 52.32. If you can see what I'm referencing here, 52.32. Now that trade was spawned by the looking for a bounce strategy. So if we pull the strategy, looking for a bounce, PHM, what is our stop loss? It's a, let's see, that was looking for a bounce. So the stop on this is centering around the VWAP, but there it is on the chart. So when we talk about VWAP, one of my favorite new things to do since we added the anchored VWAP option, and this is kind of a really good way to kind of get an idea of support or resistance even on an intraday level. Notice the green line here I have is my 10 period, which I like very much on the 15-minute intraday. But if I click here on the anchor, I get this little arrow, and I anchor it to the first candle of the day. Notice what we have here. We have the purple line, which is the anchored VWAP, volume weighted average price of all shares traded since the open today. Nice correlation with that 10 period fast line. All right, WC, see your question there regarding the AI. I treat the AI more or less as just another high quality information stream. Fact being that all of these trades are based around having strong statistical weight behind them. But it doesn't mean everything's going to work, obviously. You know, we have to kind of revert back to the card counting technique when you're playing blackjack. Now, if you do it consistently over time, you have an edge. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win every session. But when I see an AI trade come up, I simply pull it up just like I would any other stock coming through any of my other favorite alert windows. And I size it up on the chart just like I would any other trade. And if it looks conducive, then I might take it. You know, that's just when the initial signals come out. That's one way to do it. But there are other methodologies. You know, we go over this a lot in the office hours webinar, Andy's webinar when we do the AI recap. You know, and there's three things that I typically like to focus on. A, the original entry, obviously. But then notice the conservative versus moderate columns that we have here, the different risk modes for the AI. Notice in the L Pro here, in conservative mode, under a profit save exit, the AI booked right about $100. And just keep in mind, all of the values that you see here on my blotter are based around risking $100 per trade, right? So the AI closed this one out, and if we click on it, L Pro here, we can see not a bad entry signal here at the top of that opening 15-minute candle. And then we got a nice grind up for about an hour there. Now this shaded area that you see right here is the time that the AI spent in the trade under the conservative risk mode, right? So profit save, one of the what I like to refer to as audibles that the AI can call, because in conservative mode we've got 5 reasons why the AI will exit a trade. The primary reasons are either a stop loss or a profit target was hit, or the timed hold expired. And then we've got the 2 audibles, which allow the AI to close a trade out early in the form of profit save or reduce risk. We don't see any reduced risk up here today, but we do have a profit save. So the little downturn here, more or less, these are kind of modified trailing stops. So it triggered the AI to go ahead and take its money. But if we ignored the stop or the exit of the AI and stayed in it, we'd be enjoying about 50% more gain on that trade. So that's one of the other things, is if you are in a trade, and sometimes you don't even have to be in the trade. Sometimes it'll flat trade only to see it go up and be profitable. So once we see the AI making an exit, an early exit and profit save or reduce risk, a lot of the times, if we like what's going on with the chart, I mean, obviously a nice run from the entry. Stocks don't go straight up. They have to take breathers, just like, you know, well, some do go straight up. You just never know how long the run's going to last. But just by staying in the trade and giving it a little bit more time, we could have increased our profit margin here by approximately 50%. But you have to like what's going on with the chart. You know, if we had been flirting with the stop loss all morning and not getting hit down at these levels, well, maybe you go with the conservative exit. But this thing stayed well above it, never even came down here and tested the fast line until we got over here, and now we're higher than where the AI exited in conservative mode. So obviously, you know, we're looking back in retrospect here, but that's a nice tip, is when you see the AI exiting and profit save or reduce risk, a lot of the times if the chart looks strong and you feel confident, you can ignore that exit and typically make a little bit more, sometimes a lot more. So that's one of the things that I focus on. Trade rounds are another thing. Notice the stop outs that we had in these stocks today. BE. Buy up here quickly. Let's see, about 30 minutes later we get stopped out. Now notice what the stock did at the stop level. It hung around that stop level for about an hour and then it continued lower. Now sometimes we'll see, imagine if we just wicked below the stop level and came right back up, which is not the case here, but sometimes that is the case. Sometimes the stop level acts as a pivot point. So many times you'll see the AI get stopped out and you'll pull that stock up and you'll think to yourself, we just got a little wick below the stop area, but it seems to be acting as a pivot point. So sometimes, unfortunately, we don't have any cases today to look at, but sometimes that stop area can be a good entry, assuming you're not in the position already, or maybe it's one of the cases where, the second mouse gets the cheese. Everybody sitting out there has probably been stopped out of a trade at one point, only to see it tickle that stop by a few pennies, regain that level, and then do exactly what we hoped it would do. So a lot of the times if we see that type of activity around the stop area, we can make a second entry and hopefully get some of that money back, or we can make an initial entry there. But obviously these are all lower, would have done worse if you didn't take that stop. So trade arounds are one way to view the AI information or the signals coming out, deciding to stay in a stock when you see the AI exiting in conservative mode. And then sometimes we have good opportunities for add-ons, but we need a little bit of consolidation time after the fact. Not a bad short in this FTFT today. Classic little opening range breakdown too. Now, the entry signal on the AI happened to, oh, wait, I take that back. We're way down here, okay? Forget that, scratch that. My eyes were drawn to this, but I see the AI line there. I was wondering why the profit level was so low here, but hello, entry down here, not up here. However, keep in mind, if we were able to have found this one as it was breaking this low right here, and we thought to ourselves, ooh, that's a very well-behaved stock. It's breaking down. I think I'll take a stab at shorting it. Let's pretend we were in the stock short. Then we see the AI making an entry down here, which reaffirms, yes, this thing is in the money from our short up here. Now the AI is entering the trade. It might have more downside. Statistical probability kicked in after the big move here, and sure enough, we're getting more downside activity. So let's do a little experiment. Did that thing even come through my NULO high volume ticker? Let's take a peek. And it's not looking like it did. It probably didn't meet one of the filter requirements, which is no big surprise. Finco coming through all the time, but I don't think FTFT had the volume at this time to come through. Certainly is in the price range there. Oh well. Let's see here. And just before we move off of the topic WCC there, every once in a while, if the market is conducive, a lot of people get the urge to automate the AI, which sometimes that works, sometimes it does not. But what you have to keep in mind is when you're thinking about automating the AI, there are things that we can't necessarily see in a back test when we go to real world execution. Like, for example, maybe you didn't get the fill on a certain stock because your limit wasn't aggressive enough. It was a fast moving stock. And so you didn't get filled on one of the bigger winners. But you did get filled on all the other mediocre trades, or even some of the losers. So these are things that can come into play when you're attempting to automate the AI. It would be nice if we could just turn the AI on every day and go work out and come back and count our money, but that's just not real feasible when we go to real world execution. But you can learn a lot just by watching the AI. Just think about the parallel. If you knew a trader that traded with statistical perfection, they'd be a pretty interesting person to watch. And that's what the AI does. All right, just reading your question here, JT. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways. The question is, when we see a symbol appearing multiple times in a window, is it, how would I find out the first time that it fired? Okay, let's use the ACY excuse me, example one more time here. So we'll just duplicate the window here. I could just manually review the history by right-clicking, going to history, and just looking for today. And then I could scroll all the way down, market opens at 8:30 my time, and we could find the first time that ACY fired off. Okay, but an easier way is just to use the single symbol function by popping in here, using the single symbol option, typing in the appropriate symbol, and then just reviewing the history for today. That way we only see that stock, and we can quickly just scroll to the bottom of the history. Notice I get to the bottom, we're still not to the open yet, so if I run out of room I can just go more, but that's it. Okay, so now we're viewing the entire history. So the first time ACY was triggered was 3 minutes into the open today, right here. So that's the down and dirty quick way to do it. Duplicate the window, point the window only to that stock, and then review the history, and just scroll all the way back, and you can quickly find it. 1 second here, guys. So JT, let me know if that made sense. Hi Jamie, I don't see the colors on my system. Well, you're not seeing the colors on my screen on your system, or you're not seeing any colors on your system as a computer, or you're not seeing any colors within trade ideas. All right, Jaden, how can we put a trailing stop on an order? I would imagine you are referencing in a brokerage plus strategy, Jaden. And while I'm waiting for you to come back with that, I'll go ahead and talk to, let's see, a Siri here, saying I'm still confused about moderate, aggressive, and conservative in the AI. Okay, no worries. So once again, here on my blotter, I've got conservative, how it's doing in conservative mode. All right, moderate mode, and then we have aggressive over here. All right, so conservative mode. 5 total reasons why the AI will exit the trade. Profit loss, or excuse me, a profit target was hit, stop loss was hit, or the timed hold expired. Or the AI executed a profit save or reduced risk ulterior exit. So there's five reasons why the AI will exit in conservative mode. Okay. Now when we're talking about moderate mode, it just uses a stop loss. Okay. So if the stop loss gets hit, boom, the trade is closed. Otherwise, it's going to hold that trade for the entire duration of the hold time based on the strategy that issued the trade. And you can see here, most of the strategies these days, if we look at the AI strategy panel here, extended, look at all these hold times right here, okay? In this column right here, time stop. So In moderate mode, if the stop loss does not get hit, it will hold until 10 minutes before the close. Okay. So whereas there's 5 potential exit reasons in conservative mode, moderate mode just makes use of a stop loss and a timed hold. Now, aggressive is real simple. It's just showing you what would happen if you took the trade, whether it's short or long, and just continued to hold it until approximately 5 minutes before the close. So Siri, let me know if that helps illuminate the differences between conservative, moderate, and aggressive. And let me take a look here, Jaden, in my Brokerage Plus. So you're talking about using it as an entry signal. Is that correct, Jaden? Right. Interactive Brokers allows for a trailing stop. So your original question. So trailing stop as a stop loss on your order. Let's see here. Yeah, I want to say this. Yeah, see, okay, we've had this present for a while, okay, but notice what happens when I try to use it, okay. A trailing stop, boom. So it still apparently is not functional, that option. Right, I know what a trailing stop is, but when we're talking about activating it in Brokerage Plus, notice the disabled message that I'm getting right here. So don't know when that's going to become active. Hopefully soon. Let me know if that makes sense, Jaden. All right, just backtracking here on the questions. Oh, I agree 100%. We trader guys have been advocating for that for a very long time. But you know, we have to wait for the coders to get things done. So it is definitely on the list, and we hope to get it soon. I'd like to give you an answer, but I can't do that right now. We'll have to touch base with the coders and see where that is in the development pipeline. But I hear you. There will be great rejoicing when that feature is available. All right, did I miss any questions here? Let me take a peek. All right, we're all caught up. And the market just pretending that it's Friday, since it really is for the markets. Check out these really low volume levels. 12% of normal on the 1 minute time frame and well below normal on the 5 and the 10, as the SPY just settles in nice and cozy at all-time highs. Just going to run a back test real quick here while we're waiting for a question to come in. See if this thing has come back to life since we had that little shimmy in the market. So if you got a question, don't be shy. Gonna check out some of these stocks that had big down days yesterday. MYFW, nice little peel off right there. Typically when I'm looking at these stocks that had big down days yesterday, what I'm looking for is the inside candle forming. Today, this one is outside. So let's see if we can find any. That one is not inside. That must be a young stock. Interesting. When you see a stock like this, of course, I'm thinking this is an IPO that just came public. These are the only days that are present, and you're thinking to yourself, wonder what some good levels are here to try to, play this thing. That's where the anchored VWAP comes in very handy again. So let's anchor it to the first day of trading, and we can see the volume weighted average price. Let's see, did it anchor to the right candle? Okay, we can see the purple line is now the volume weighted average price since this thing started trading, and lo and behold, it just nuzzled right up against there. Okay, so we were below it. Now we've reclaimed it, took a nice little gap up today and kind of settled back down. But if we get a close above that purple line, that'd be a good sign for the a good sign that this level is acting now as support, whereas back here it was acting as resistance. So just a nice, simple, logical way to pick some good levels on newborn stocks, so to speak. And as we can see here, this strategy has not recuperated. It seems to be the party is over. And these are small cap stocks, all in the IWM. So during this reign right here, we had really good results. No big surprise that with the pullback in the IWM and the fact that it's not back at all-time highs, makes total sense here that this thing is not doing too well. Why does my stop loss and target line disappear on a regular basis? Well, Charles, is that when you click on an AI trade or when you're using Brokerage Plus? And the price and numbers, I guess what you're referring to, let's see here. When you're talking about the shaded areas there, WC? Oh, these little guys, I think you're referring to these little guys up here, yes? Yeah, I want a developer's version, so if you're not seeing those, that's why, but that would be coming down the pipeline for you when we release. Okay, Charles, non-AI Brokerage Plus. That's a good question. If your stop loss for like, you know what? Let me disconnect my BP and put myself into sim. Okay, so let's do something here. Let me activate a couple of my order scripts here. And what we're going to do is attach a stop loss here, which I typically don't do. I like to put those in manually. So we'll just say, okay, use $1 stop loss. Trailing stop disabled. Okay. Okay. got going on here? There we go. Let's try that again. Trade, buy. Okay, well, I got out alive. Well, what did I do wrong here? Let me review my instructions one more time. Entry long, order details. Okay. All right, well, let's just do the old-fashioned way here. Okay. Finally managed to get a position on the blotter. I'm going to add my stop order here, and we'll just say 11 bucks. Okay. So getting back to your issue, Charles. So the red line for my stop loss. So what you're telling me is yours keep disappearing? I just want to make sure we're talking about the same red line here. So the last thing you just inserted there, Charles, my stop loss are not. So is this live or is this in simulated mode? Because if you're telling me that you've got a stop loss engaged and this thing comes down here and tickles the stop loss and it's not executing, am I understanding that correctly? So the stop losses are disappearing, and even if they're live and they come down and tickle the stop loss area, they're not executing? If I'm understanding correctly. And to your point there, Asiri, can a stop loss convert to trailing stop after break even? That would be really cool, but that functionality does not currently exist. And Charles, just to clarify, the red line here, which I can drag and adjust my stop loss, on yours, they're disappearing and not executing? Okay, so is this on an overnight hold? Like if you hold positions overnight and you had stop losses engaged, then the next day they're gone? Is that correct or accurate? Because that makes me think you have a good for the day stop engaged. Whereas if you want them to carry over, you're going to need good till canceled. Notice my order entry, good till day, good till cancel. But typically the stop losses at Interactive and the one I'm testing on E-Trade, when we use a stop loss, it's going to put it in as good till cancel. So you should see that reflected as GTC in your broker-dealer order screen. Should be GTC. Well, anytime you'd want to see your open orders, we would just go to the orders And as long as you're on all statuses, you should be able to see everything. And then you can always reference the good after time. Okay, so yes, if they disappear, then those stops are not going to get triggered. And assuming they're GTC, all right, they should stay there. Now, I don't know if you've had this issue addressed already by support, because anytime something like that is happening, we have to take a peek at your logs and try to figure out what might be going on there. Have you seen in your logs before on this issue, Charles? That'd be the first place, that we would start digging, is checking out your bot logs. And for those of you out there wondering, well, what if I do need to send in my logs? How do I do that? You just go down here to help from the TI toolbar and send files to support. It'll automatically upload those to us and we can take a peek there. But sorry you're having issues there, Charles. We'd like to help you get it figured out. Not a bad demo trade to stumble in here. That ACY is just a monster today. Let's check out the volume. Well, 86 relative volume. Little guy only usually kicks out, what do we got on the 3-month? About slightly less than 800,000 shares, and has traded almost 60 million today. What do we got this guy doing? Regional aircraft equipment leased to foreign and domestic regional air carriers. Looks like a lot of not everything in that sector is taking a nice bump, but ACY certainly leading the pack. Ladies and gents, I'm going to step off just for a second. I'm going to fill up my water bottle, but I'll be back in about 15 seconds. And I'm back. So Charles, I hope what I said was helpful. We can certainly help you get that figured out. Just pop those logs up to support, let us know, and we'll take a look. All right, I do believe we are caught up on questions. Let me know if I missed anything. Boy, that thing's sure to get frisky on the 3 days after the 25th, on the 28th. And my tickers have just kind of went to sleep here. No big surprise. Well, let's see if the meme stocks are doing anything today. Of course, everybody knows what's been going on with old GME lately. Just kind of basing out here. Always a good scalping instrument if it sets up nicely. A little too stretched out for my taste today. What about AMC? pretty much the same. Putting in a little base here, getting a little bleedy right here. But yeah, I forgot who was talking about these little areas. Huh. I don't know what happened just then. These little shaded areas right here with risk parameters. That'll be in the upcoming version that we release. Does Brokerage Plus show away from break even or broke even? Are you referencing just on the P&L here? Or how much the stock might be in the money or out of the money? Because notice this plus minus column right here. So currently, for my entry price of $12.26, we're up $1.10 from that entry. So if this were to go back down to 0, that would be the break-even threshold. Assuming that's what you mean there, Siri. Yeah, that would be the plus minus column right there. And everybody just keep in mind you can add and subtract columns just by right-clicking here, selecting columns. These are all the columns that I'm currently displaying over here, and these are all of the available columns. Me being rather have less than more up here, I just keep my real basic metrics. Open P&L, plus or minus how much I'm up or down in the position, along with the other basic things like symbol, which direction, and share count. Okay, using consecutive candles, if I wanted to see left bars 4 is red and right bars 2 is green, how would you do that? I'm not really sure I understand that. Let's just use this intraday chart. Okay, so you'd want to see 4 red consecutive candles and then 3 green consecutive candles, or 4 consecutive red candles and then 2 consecutive green candles, Aya? Is that what you're getting at there? Because it's easy to identify consecutive down candles and then consecutive up candles. There's just no way to string it together in that capacity. So let's do this. Let's just spawn a top list. And a Siri, I do not have a channel like Barry. Barry runs the trading room, so that's kind of his kingdom. That's why Barry has his own channel. Okay, so let's do this. Just talking about consecutive candles here. Let's just start this window from scratch. We'll just say relative volume of 2. Actually, no point in having to redo all these filters. Okay, I got some basic filtering in here. Let's go to columns, get rid of a bunch of this stuff. Consecutive days. Any particular time frame, Aya, on the consecutive candles? Daily, 15-minute, 30-minute? If we just pick 15-minute as an example here. Okay, Charles. Going back to your stop loss issue, correct? Is that okay? Let me just do this real quick. Let me add the filter here. We're just going to show it as a column. Okay, we'll come right back to this, Aya. Charles, so on your stop loss issue, right? Okay, so here I have a position on ACY. Here on the chart, we can see my stop loss, level right here, right? Now, according to what you said earlier, yours will either disappear or it'll come down here and not trigger, right? So the question is, if you go and look, is this live or is this in simulated mode? Because either way, whether it's live or simulated, if your stop losses are just vanishing, then we're going to need to take a look at your log files. Okay, have you sent your log files in pertaining to this issue yet? So the question is, have you sent your log files in yet? And I'll circle back around to you, Charles, once you answer that question. So, 15-minute consecutive candles. Okay, so you sent them in a week ago, but it's still happening, and there hasn't been any solution. Did you get any feedback on the topic, or has it just been kind of floating around? Okay, have you heard back from anyone is the question. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I'll make let's see, we're almost at the top of the hour here. So I will talk to support and see what we can dig up for you because we'd like to get that fixed for you. Yeah, it's not good to have your stop losses disappearing because that means they will not execute. So I'd be happy to look into that as soon as we conclude here. Charles, if you would do me a favor, just so they'll be easy to access, just send them in one more time. Just go down there, click help, send files to support. That way they'll be at the top of the queue. I would assume, well, assuming that you were active today with Brokerage Plus and the issue was there, send those log files in again and we can take a peek. Okay, so talking about the second option there, using consecutive candles, left 4 bars is red. So the second option would be right bars to green. Okay, so we could set that as a minimum, or we could just sort by the column and immediately zero in on the 2-bar guys. Okay, so all of these stocks are currently experiencing consecutive 15-minute candles. Consecutive green, of course, we're in this candle, so it's looking back at these two right here. So that's one way to do it. Or we could go in here, and if you wanted 2 or more, we would have to use a 2. That way you get things that were up 2, but they could be up 3 or 4. If you wanted exactly 2, but no more than 2, then we could just dial it in like that, and you'd have a bunch to look at. All of these having 2 consecutive green candles in the prior 2 periods there. Wow, that ACY is just unbelievable. Yeah, when we are talking about trailing stops, this is where they get tricky. Would have kept you in all the way up here. Would have barely got you out right here, it looks, on a trailing stop, only to go whoosh, higher and higher. Now we're almost approaching a triple from the $5 level. This thing looks like it's going to go ahead and print 15 if it keeps on going at this rate. Phenomenal. Okay, so that was it, Aya? I mean, simple. All right, ladies and gents, got about 4 more minutes till the top of the hour here. And notice how many popped onto the screen there when we're only looking at 2. And we could probably add a lot more just by right-clicking, coming down to time frame, and set record count is where we can always tell the top list exactly how many results we'd like to see. Could easily bump this up to 200 if that was what we wanted to do. These are the ones that are going to be hitting highs. And these guys with a little bit of room here on the position and daily range are close to highs, but not quite there yet. Looks like we're going to be in a snooze fest. Maybe we'll get a little action in the last hour, maybe 30 minutes. All right. Funny thing is, tickers are dead, but we do have something getting a little beating today as XL Fleet is popping all-time lows. Interestingly enough, a stock that is not that old or has been reissued. Don't know exactly what it is. Anchored VWAP right here. This thing has been underwater for a very, very long time. Interesting little last gasp to try to form some type of consolidation and maybe look for a bounce on gray. Really wouldn't care about it much until it reclaimed that green line, which is the 10 period. Probably going to continue to act as resistance until it doesn't. A lot of these smaller cap stocks. Let's see, what was the NMR? I want to say Nomura was an AI trade from a couple of days ago. Yep, right back here, coinciding with the gap down. This is the Japanese company that has some shady things on the books with some U.S. broker-dealers. That was the reason for the gap down. And has, let's see, gap down the next day, gap down the next day. And so I'm assuming it's going to try to find a little bit of a support level here, going all the way back to the beginning of the year. So it's just going to take its time right here, see if that level can hold up. But if it doesn't, I'd have to focus on this level here. So we got a little bitty area here that it could. if we break this line, get on down to this level here, but a lot of congestion there. All right. I'm assuming Barry's going to be making his return at any moment here, but while we're waiting on him, if you have any questions, we got a little bit of time left. And I'm curious, ACY keeps on pounding out new highs here. That candle just started. Funny thing is, I haven't had any alerts since back here. All right, got an increasing spread here, and LPRO thing just keeps on edging up. It's the one we were talking about earlier. All right, Barry tells me that he has started his stream back up. So I'm going to be signing off for now. I want to thank everybody for listening to me jabber for an hour. And I hope you guys have a great long weekend, and we'll see you next week. Bye-bye for now.
The option, but it doesn't trade options. Otherwise, it would 100% have been in here. All right, Jamie has stopped. Okay, guys, you can hear me in Aja. You can hear me, right? You can hear me in the YouTube, in YouTube. Okay, thank you, Jamie. So we're continuing to talk about ACY. So the moral of the story is, because look here. I mean, if you're the last, I don't know, almost a month sitting around, 935, 835, whatever. So all you got to do is 2 days ago, all you have to do is announce that you're going to go bankrupt, filing for Chapter 11. And then 2 days later, this is what happens. I mean, taking all this out. Insanity. Yeah, how to move your stock price higher in 2 easy steps. Wow, we're getting so close. We're getting so close. Who wants to be the first, to take it up to 400? What stock is going to do it? I don't know if WSB is involved in that one, ACY. I haven't heard that they have, but you know what? It would explain it, I suppose, if that's the case. Well, somebody can go to the Reddit forum and see. All right, Bo X. Still waiting patiently to see. I better put 13 on my alert to see if I can take it out. So again, guys, I'm not saying to swing this one. I'm just saying that Obviously, there's no resistance. This is a SPAC. They're going to be merging with WeWork. You guys probably know what WeWork is all about and the controversy over the last 2 years. The projected value of WeWork on this would be something like $9 billion. When they had proposed to do an IPO a couple of years ago, the projected value was about $42 billion. So while it's nice for them to go public, certainly way less market cap than what they had originally envisioned. And now MDLY is joining the fray again. It's a fairly big pullback. 963 drops $1 and comes right back up. All right, let's do this. Let's take a look at the BOX, and we will put a. Remember, I was saying how you can do it a couple of ways. I'm going to take if it gets up to 1305. To show you how you can do this. So a little break of 13. Click the buy button. And you can't quite see the price, but there it is. There's the blue line right up here. Okay, so if BOX gets up to 1305, it'll take the trade. Well, there's almost a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for MDLY. I say almost because the topping tail is a little, wow, this took off on me. Wow. Wow. Look at MDLY now. Again, this is an earnings play. But in fairness to even our provider, I looked at FinViz's site. They don't have earnings either. They don't even have it listed. MDLY is not a SPAC. Well, not that I'm aware of. Let me just make sure. No, it's not a SPAC. Actually released earnings. Okay, I want to prove to you why it's bad to chase. Watch, it's going to work. It is a earnings. I know you can't hear me, Zach. Well, see, I took it just before the halt. I just wanted to prove to you that it's terrible to take a stock, and chasing it. Now, watch this one work. Well, let's see what it's stacking up to be. Yeah, I don't see it yet. I see 11.14, 11.25. So I don't see a big pop yet. Oh my gosh. So guys, I'm just, yeah, tiny. Well, we have a very tiny float, yes. When I say we, I mean we're at the mercy of our data provider, But I guarantee if you went to 10 different websites, you'd find 10 different float numbers. Yeah, I still don't see a big pop yet. I see 11.14, 11.25 on the bid ask for Medley, MDLY. Jan just got halted. Yes, it did just get halted. Now, this was one of the Wall Street bet stocks, okay? Back here, it was one of them. I mean, another low, 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 low float. Look at that, 1.38 million in the float. Very, very low float. I do not look at level 2. No, I mean, I see time and sales, but I don't check bid and ask sizes at all. Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys. I mean, I know you've probably heard me say this a few times, but this is my wife's company. Yes. Stantec. Look at this run. The good old employee stock share program. man. I have to look at it one more time. Of course, infrastructure. Yeah, this could. I mean, I don't know for sure, but this could just be the Wall Street bet guys. There we go. Okay, what did you do, MDLY? Yeah, see, I didn't like that. Didn't like the fact that it wasn't looking very big on the pop. See that? So there, you don't chase. I'm just gonna leave it in here just for fun. Again, this is in the simulator, guys. Okay, simulator. As I was saying, chase. Oh man. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, guys. So, okay. So my new strategy is chase everything. Okay, just chase everything. You can't go wrong. So I'm kidding, of course, but I just exited that. Nice $468 gain. Taking notes? Yes. Chase everything. You know, I shouldn't do that because somebody coming into the room right now is maybe hearing me my saying that. And so I don't I don't want to be I'm just kidding. April Fools, guys. April Fools. Oh, Lily, I was just saying my new trading strategy is to chase everything. I initially took this trade here, MDLY at 1098, to prove that you shouldn't chase anything, okay? Then right after that, it got halted. And then it did move down. I said, see? And then it just popped right back up. So, I mean, I was just kidding about chasing everything as my new trading strategy. Well, you could probably chase fuel cell on the way down. FCEL. What's the low here? 1346. I digress a little bit, but again, I always have to remember that people come in at various times, or maybe they weren't here. They don't understand what I'm saying, and it just reminds me of the one time, the very, very, very first time. I don't know, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I can't even remember. About 15 minutes left on a Friday afternoon, and somebody asked me something about my past life, so I mentioned worm farming. And some guy wrote to Dan saying, I'm in a trading room and this idiot is talking about worm farming. What's going on? So, yeah, so JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs and Citi, et cetera, they all are releasing that week. I mean, taking a look at it, I mean, here's Alcoa. This is always Alcoa. Usually was the now the banks are actually the banks were releasing the week before, but now they're back to releasing during Alcoa, the same week. The Alcoa. This used to be kind of the unofficial start of earnings season when Alcoa AA released. But I don't know what you want me to say about it. I mean, it's way too early. J.P. Morgan. I mean, nothing is happening. Yep, African night crawlers. So the spy just does not want to take out that magic 400. I have no, I have no experience with JPM. I don't know what you mean, or are you kidding? I have no experience with JPM whatsoever. I don't trade. I don't usually trade the banks. They don't move enough for me. 3 billion in the float. It's out of the price range. I can't remember trading the banks at all. No. Funny guy, funny man, Eagle Eye or Eagle guy. Yeah, rail is actually showing. Yeah, it just showed up also in the option scan. Boy, yesterday or last month's high, what was it? It was 696. So, boy, oh boy, it's strong, yes. Not a big pullback. Not a huge pullback. Well, actually, a pretty big pullback down to 550. Popped $1.30. Can Trader. Hi. Haven't seen you for a while. Hey, no problem. That's why I'm here, window shopper. Hopefully, you'll do more than window shop. So what you're seeing here, well, do you have trade ideas? Number one, or are you just do you have the program, or you don't have the program either? Okay, okay. If you've used it before, then this is just then the program is called, as you know, trade ideas. So these are ideas that have been generated from the basic new highs and lows. Okay, this is just a very simple scan. This is what I'm looking at here. Price between 1 and 20. The relative current volume is at least 4. So it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. 400. So these are the filters that I'm using. And then if a stock makes a new high or new low, I get a real-time alert from it. So again, these are ideas. It doesn't necessarily mean you get the alert, you take the trade. So that's one. This is a watch list that I created. What I do is I do a scan after hours of several of my windows, and then I create a watch list to watch for the next day. And actually, I'm very surprised. Don't usually get so many alerts. Sorry guys, I got to do it. Don't usually get so many alerts on my watch list, but today it was firing. And so this is presented, you can access it from either the toolbar. The toolbar, click on new, and then from the channel bar. And then there it is, Barry's watch list. Okay. But I'm also sharing, this is my favorite scan right here, moving higher with unusually strong option activity. Okay, this is my favorite scan. Sharing a lot of scans. You're not a subscriber right now, as you said, but I'm sharing a lot of scans. Right here from my home page. Whoops. So here's my home page, and right here is a list of all the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout right up here, and then all the individual windows in case, you don't want my entire layout. So if you've had trade ideas before, then you understand the concept anyway. Creating your own scans. Or we have the channel bar where you can take a look at all the different themed. I don't know how long ago you were a Trade Idea subscriber, but here are all the themed channels that we have. The stock surging, short squeeze, swing ideas, etc. How long ago were you a subscriber? Oh, okay. So you're not super old. Okay, thought maybe you were a few years ago. Well, you can keep coming into the room if you've got time. If you you can spend time. Maybe get yourself familiarized again if you want to see what we're doing. I don't know if it's the first time in the trading room, but we've got a lot of great traders in the room. Yeah, so you can save that. That's just a link here from my home page. Okay, so when you click on that, there is the link. So you can save the link, and all the scans are there, and other information that you might like, the trade of the week, things like that. So everything, I've got a lot of information on my, obviously here's a subscription link. I mean, if you wanted to take out a subscription again, you can use Easter Bunny, all in caps, for 20% off. Okay, that'll be good until Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. But again, more information. Oh, hey, listen, I love questions. Keeps me interested. Okay. So I love questions. So anybody sitting out there thinking, I better not ask them a question, I don't want to disturb. Well, that's why I'm here. I do trade, but again, this is not the room that I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell. Most people know that I'm in the BOX. When and again, this is my favorite scan. Doesn't give too many alerts during the day. Yeah, the only unfortunate. Well, I don't know if I want to say it's unfortunate. There may have been, of course, there were opportunities to short this one, but man, oh man, you know, you would have had to really pick your spots correctly. And but there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Steve, do you have trade ideas? Okay, then you can find the scan. You can see my homepage tab, right? And you can find the scan right here. And it's called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. So we're basically looking for stocks that trade like a minimum of 2,000 contracts, but then it has to be 3 times normal. So if a stock has normally traded 2,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, for us to see that stock today, it has to trade 6,000 contracts. So we're not trading the options, I'm trading the stock, but just zeroing in on stocks that are having abnormal option trading days. Okay? But you can have the scan. So guys, this is what I was talking about with the MDLY. Well, not with the MDLY, but as an example. Now notice, remember I put, for BOX, I had put a conditional buy offer or buy at 1305 or 1306. So it took the trade. I just wanted to demonstrate how you can do that and see what it's doing now. So this is what I was talking about before, about why I like the closed and I like the max P&L and the distance from the exit price, okay, as columns in the simulator. Now, rarely will I see that. I literally got out of MDLI at the absolute top that I could have got out before it started to fall. I mean, you know, that's so my closed P&L is equal to exactly the max P&L. But more importantly, look at that minus 2.89, now minus $3.21. This means this was a tremendous exit because this is now 321 underneath from where I exited. Okay? So, you know, that's why I like to see this these two columns to compare to say, okay, how good was your exit? Well, obviously in this particular case, that was stellar. I think what's happened, yeah, Jan now has some shorts. I mean, very few, 1,400 shares. So I think Jan had shorts. They got snapped up, and now obviously there's a lot of short covering, and why not? But now Interactive Brokers has 1,400 shares. Yeah, I don't doubt that because I mean there are only 1,100 shares now. Okay, guys, BOX. Now I'm in this one for real. Okay, so BOX. This is from my option scan right there, 1245. I mean just over 1250. So see how that channel has adjusted now. Before it was right around here. It was, but that channel is now adjusting. So it's not. It still has room. Hey, if you look at the channel, it still has room. Vicky. So Gordon, if you're at, you have to give a symbol. I have no idea what Blue Star is. I know Anacott, but I don't know what the symbol is. Well, Anacott is okay. April Fools, okay. Yeah, GBR and HPR. But this is sort of this was the buyout, or is it GB? I can't remember anymore. I thought these guys were being bought out or merging or something like that. Wasn't this the big news a few days ago for HBR? HPR, sorry. And then there's GBR that always seems to trade in tandem with it. HPR, thank you. HPR and BCEI. Well, I don't know about you guys, but this has been a very exciting day. Well, this FTFT, what is the low there is 560. I mean, if it takes that out, I mean, it really could, continue down. 430 is the next low looking left. Just getting beaten up, and rightly so, for announcing a financing mid-market. Yeah, so, okay, ready? So the question from the YouTube room was, does the scanner work on a Mac? So, in theory, no. Okay, this is a PC-based product. There are 3 ways in which you can use it. We have a web-based version, then of course you can use it. You can, in fact, what I'll do is, let me just find the link. This is a podcast that was done a while back by a couple of guys at Trade Ideas, both who have Macs, okay? And so it'll show you how you can use Trade Ideas if you have a Mac. Again, the easiest way, I guess, is the web-based version. The problem with the web-based version, it's not fully featured. It doesn't have things like Brokerage Plus, if that's of interest to you. If you want to practice, trading using our simulator, you have to be using the app. So that's one big difference. Otherwise, I know a lot of the people who work at Trade Ideas who have Macs, they just use an emulation program like Parallels. I know there are many in the trading room that do that also. Or Amazon Web Services, something like that. But it is a PC-based program. All right, guys. Oh, look at the SPY still trying. Are we going to do it today? Hit that 400. It has come so close. Looks like the high was 399.86. Yeah, looks like that was the high right there. How do you paste a collaboration to a new multi-strategy? Okay, so... Okay, Sam, I know you can hear me, and I'm sure you can see me, or see the screen. You don't want to see me. Oh, you figured it out? Excellent. Well, BoX was here. Gordon was right there at 1028, number 1. Medley, well, Medley was here in the basic new highs and lows. Asif, hello. You know, this one might not be over, unbelievably so. ACY, I mean, you can see if it takes out 14, it might just do it again. Here's Schlumberger, SLB. Practically stress-free, yes. You know, there was the alert, even on a 15-minute chart. Then it had the nice base, the pop. Now, you got to take some out here, guys. I mean, you cannot let that happen, of course. And, you know, if I'm paying a lot of attention to this, you know, I don't want to let that max P&L turn into, you know, a loss. So again, if you treat the simulator like it is your real money, you know, you've got to trade it. Well, there's the Funko is continuing to reverse down. And, you know, again, if I'm paying a little more attention, so you can have this one, this down, don't repeat, moving. So this is just the flip, okay? This is moving higher. This is moving down. This is just the flip of this one. And again, if you're new, we've got a great little feature called the flip feature. So what I'm looking for here is everything will be the same. You cannot flip the filters. You cannot flip 500,000 shares to something. But you can, of course, flip the new high to a new low. That's what I'm talking about when I say flip. So that's all I did is I duplicated the window. Then right click, configure, and flip. So now had there been some other filters here that you could flip? For instance, what if I'd had a filter that said, okay, I want the stock to be up at least 2% for the day, then that filter would have flipped. It has to be down at least 2% for the day, as an example. Okay, so it will flip the filters that are flippable, and of course the alert is easy to flip from a new high to a new low. So long-winded explanation to show you there was the Funko FNKO 2171 2061 now. The FTFT 735 565 now. Rail was, I don't think, probably 569. Yeah, I mean that did pop, but certainly Funko and the FTFT were awesome on that, just flipping it. Now, again, every single alert, of course, is not going to produce, necessarily a huge mover, but it's a watch list too. Meanwhile, Funko FNKO just continues. See, at the beginning of the day, look how whippy it was on the long side. But once this happened, I mean, it's been pretty steadily down. FNKO for at least an hour or so. So I'm all out of the BOX in my real account. Okay, I'm all out of the BOX. See how this trades at the end of the day? Guys, if this takes out this area right here, 1271, this could turn into a nice short now. Well, this is a key area for it to try to get through, this FTT. I mean, there's the low, 560 right here. That's how many days ago? 4 days ago, that's the low. After that, I mean, look, the low is way down here at 446. Oh, I'm out of it. I'm out of it now. I'm out of BOX. This is in the simulator, okay? Don't get confused. This is in the simulator. I was just showing you how you can take a trade on popping through a certain area. How you could take a trade. Probably just flatten it out, not to confuse anybody. So again, this is why I'm saying the max P&L I could have made in the simulator would have been about $74. You wouldn't want to allow that to turn into a $76 loss if you're paying attention. Just for a moment, please. Guys, here's another LAC on the way down, and there's a green bar ignored for LAC, LAC. There's the move down. There's that green bar right there, totally engulfed by the previous red candle on the 15-minute chart. Next candle is red, and it looks like it wants to continue down. This is maybe a sign that there's more to the downside. The green bar ignored. Just think of it like this: you have a trend, you have a pause in the downward trend, and then that trend continues. Yeah, TYHT just showing up here. Probably a low float. Sure, another low float crazy. So looking left, the high is 530 on the daily chart. And after that, way up here at 6. Boy, all these high flyers in the pre-market with the EV sector, electric vehicle sector. I mean, it's just, look at this. HYLN, big move in the pre-market. Market opens down. LAC, I think, is the same thing. Lithium play in that market. Look at this. Big move in the pre-market down. NIO, which is allowed to sell cars in the US. Big move up, down. How did Blink do? BLNK. There was another that had moved up. Yeah, look at this. Big move up, down. Could not hold their gains. But look at TYHT, just severe rippage. I have no idea, Life. I don't know. There are algorithms in place, but I couldn't tell you exactly how. I rarely, if never, get involved in the programming of it, of course. Any of the programming. Okay, let me see if this takes this out again. This LAC takes this out, this area right around here, 1570. See if it takes it out again and continues down. When you look left, it has room down to about 1475. There's the low, yesterday's low. Well, I can tell you how it functions. I mean, you have an alert and you have a stop. After that, it's up to you to manage the trades. Okay, so, it's pretty simple. How it works is that the AI has about 70 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine for those strategies. So that's what happened last night. These are the strategies that made the cut for today. And in order to see the alerts from them, you just load this window. And when you get a real-time alert, you don't have to take the trade right on the penny. You don't have to do anything. But you have the alert and you have a stop, and how you manage the trade will be up to you. So BOX is right back up. I'm not in it anymore, but it is right back up. As I say, it's one of those ones that if you kind of believe that this merger is going to happen with WeWork, well, you might want to. It depends how this closes today, but I guarantee it'll be pretty whippy. So you'd have to have some kind of a pretty wide stop if you were going to swing this one. Meanwhile, Stratasys continues on its way down. Also, it's SSYS. My guess is that Triple D is doing the same thing. And the answer is not exactly. What is it down? Stratasys looks like it's getting harder hit. Not really. About the same, but looks... oh man, can I see the low of that candle? That's 25.50. So that is below yesterday's low. Okay, maybe this lack is not going to continue down. Let's see if this bottoming tail might be the if it takes out 1589, it could have a little pop maybe to the 16 level. Not, I mean it's not a great trade one way or the other right now. Well, look at ESTE. Now, coming into maybe a lot of resistance on that monthly chart. That's back in 2018. Well, that was a good short for a while, but look at this TYHT. Coming now, the next high looking left is $6, a little over $6, sorry, 607. That's on the monthly and actually it's 603. The monthly and the weekly charts, 603. And on the daily chart. So that's the next level that it could stall. All right, guys, so I'm going to just do a mini spiel because this promo code does expire. Now, it may run over till Monday night, but let's just say it doesn't. I'm going to put it in right now. Okay, so if you click on my home page right there, click on the home page, And you'll see there it is. The promo code is Easter Bunny, all in capital letters. Okay, Easter Bunny. And if you click on my link, the homepage link, this is what you'll see. And then here is the, don't use that promo code, of course. Use Easter Bunny. You'll get 20% off. And we have the 4 plans, the annual for premium and standard, and monthly. Now, again, if you take out a monthly subscription, which is absolutely fine, you'll get a 20% discount for the first month only. All right, so you just have to understand that, okay? Because, you know, it's probably the second most email. I don't even know what the first one would be, but I guarantee the second most email we get is, how come I'm being charged full price when I had a 20% discount the first month? I mean, it should be obvious, you know, why we don't offer 20% monthly when we have a 20% annual. Why would anybody take out an annual? But anyway, that is so use Easter Bunny, and it'll be good to it at least 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday night, at least. And it might be Monday night also, but no guarantees. Okay, James, did you get that? Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, DLPN is launching a bit here. There's been too much activity with the NFTs. Was this an April Fool's, JB? Well, I'm just going to say no. So you can tell us all. Ah, okay. We get some irate emails on that regard. The other one we get is, you know, if you divide, I don't know, 365 into the 2200, you get about, what, $6 and something cents a day. And we get emails saying, can I pay on a daily basis? Okay, so Greg, can you hear me and can you see my screen? The question was, is there a way to copy and paste historical AI results to your own Excel spreadsheet? Okay, before I demonstrate, I just want to make sure you can hear me and you can see my screen. Just waiting for a yes. This is from somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so, excuse me. So for instance, if you wanted to, okay, you first of all, just right click, go to history. So for instance, yesterday. Okay, so again, right click, history, yesterday. You have a time frame you can pick, you know, it's a calendar, or, well, you get sort of a calendar, you can figure out how to use it, okay? But let's just say this is yesterday. So if you wanted to copy and paste, just, you know, everything, like all your columns, or if you just want to paste the symbols and the price it depends how you arrange it. You just highlight like a lot of programs, like I'm doing right there, and now Control C. I've copied it. Now you can paste it into Excel. Okay, did I go too quickly? So again, right click, history, yesterday, or pick a time frame. And once you pick the time frame, it'll load up. And then again, you just have to click on it, highlight it, as many columns as you want. And Control C to copy it, and then just paste it in. Okay? Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, it just does it. Yeah, you don't get, you mean like a pop-up or something saying that you have copied it? No. Yeah, Control C, yeah, there's no pop-up, it just does it. No, Goods is a late bloomer, so he is just coming in. Unlike the rest of us, Goods has a legitimate job. Well, you tell me, Real, staring at squiggly lines all day long on a screen? How's that a job? Control V to paste, Greg. Control V. Well, in all seriousness, I've never worked harder in my life doing this, but it's probably it's the most fun. All right, guys. What time is it? Wow, it's 2:11. I have to tell you, this has been a very fast day. I did not think it'd be go this quickly, but it is a pretty fast day. Yeah, I certainly don't get involved in taxes, etc. Okay, and I'm in Canada, so, but I certainly don't. You'll have to consult somebody for that. All right. Gonna do this. Gonna chase this Esty. The new the new trading plan. Chase stocks. Boy, look at the BOWX. BOWX is resilient after going down to 12. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But if this closes well, somebody asked me earlier, what do I mean by closing well? For me, it means closing near the high of the day. So if a stock closes near the high of the day, then you don't have to worry about it taking out today's high if you're going to swing it. You just have to worry, well, not worry, but you just have to be aware of where the next levels of resistance could be on the higher time frames. Yeah, I agree. In terms of the FTFT. It's what I thought, though. I actually tried to take a short at 549. They wouldn't fill me. It's now down over 10%. So the uptick rule is in effect. And I hung there for about 20 seconds, and they did not fill me. So I said, no, I don't want it anymore. All right, Michael. Well, what are you planning to do with it? Are you going to hold it, or are you going to get rid of it as a day trade? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room, talking about BOX. Well, did you see what ACY did today, Goods? So their playbook was to announce that they're going bankrupt, Chapter 11 reorganization 2 days ago. And then, of course, why not? Why not go up 252%? Perfect sense, exactly. All right, guys, I will be right back to 16. So a little less than 45 minutes left for this week. Remember, markets are closed tomorrow. Okay? All right, I'm back. Yeah, I just could not get a fill for FTFT. Don't want to do it again. Don't want to chase it down. So again, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about in terms of the uptick rule, when a stock is down over 10%, normally when you want to short something, you just go in at the bid. Assuming your broker has shorts available, you just go in at the bid and you get an instant fill. Just like when you want to go long something, if you go in at the ask, you'll usually get an instant fill. But when a stock is down 10% or more, then you can try to go in at the bid, but there has to be some action, some trades taking place at the ask, and then it goes back to the bid. But you may be in a big queue of others wanting to do the same thing. So consequently, sometimes you can go in at the bid, and you're wondering, well, why am I not getting filled? And that's the reason. So I hung at the bid, and it stayed at the same bid price I was trying to go in at for about 20 seconds, and it just wouldn't fill me, and so I said, the heck with it. Sometimes, though, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on, the queue, because sometimes I go in at the bid when a stock is down 10%, I get an instant fill. So it can be kind of hit or miss. It all depends on how many other people are ahead of me. Yeah, even Mara. Well, not even Mara. I mean, Mara. Big move up to $51, and now, as Zach says, Riot is bleeding. So is Mara. XL is all-time low. Yes, XL. Shoot, forgot about it. XL all-time low. This never. I mean, this was an IPO here. I mean, it did get up to $35, but ever since then, even though it's in theory, the right sector, it has just slid away. And it's an earnings play. I think I don't want to say it's the first time they've released earnings. It's possible, though. I mean, they've only been out for 4 months, or this is the fifth month. All right, I'm just going to flatten out of this ST. So I had a couple of good ones from the AI today, percentage-wise. I mean, look at the FTFT, sorry. 651 on the short. And probably could have got it no problem, because I don't think at that point it was down 10%. And now 17%. And pretty steady. And then this one, L Pro. Sort of saw it. It's out of the price range I like to trade, so I didn't take it. But that's up 7% also. Not also, it is up 7%. This is 17%. Yeah, so you could have easily got the short. This was still positive for the day. Went at 650 at 651. There it is right there. So it was positive for the day. There's where it closed yesterday. So there have been no issue getting the short here. Actually, an interesting look on the daily chart, MNKD. There's the high right there, 407. So it's just a little bit above that high. I mean, if it can hold over 4, it's a... Guys, we're getting close. We're getting really close to that magic 4,000 or 400, 4,000. I think I've got an alert set there already. Come on, you can do it. Like 7. It's just 7 away. 0.07 away. I guess they're trying to get a nice 400 close or so for the long weekend. Anyway, I'm sorry, I was taking a look at Mankind, MNKD. And yeah, so when you look left, I mean, it got a ton of room. So the longer this holds over 4, this could be an interesting one for next week. What's Timmy doing? TIMI. Wow, I mean, this is another interesting one. Looking left on the weekly chart, what do we have? 1495 is the high. So, man, I mean, if this takes out 15, what's the high right there? Yeah, if it takes out 15 at some point, what's the next high? 1625 on the monthly. Little little South Park humor. Okay, we've got different ages here. One reference to Lassie, one to South Park. keep waiting for lack to maybe really tear off to the downside. I don't know if it's going to. All right, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts and other monitors. See if there's anything a little bit interesting. YGMZ. Wow, there goes Mankind, guys. MNKD. I was just talking about it. Boy, this could be really interesting next week. It's taken all this out now, all of this. And it's a huge float, for a $4 stock. But look at the volume coming into Mankind, MNKD. Okay, GES, GES, interesting. Breaking down below 25, which I consider a pretty psychological break. 25, still up for the day, but fading. Mankind on the way here. Well, that's a pretty significant pop percentage-wise off that 411 mark, all the way up to 430. That's a big pop for 200 million in the float. Something's moving this. Okay, I'm waiting on guests, guys. I want to see if this gets back into the 80s. I might take a short on this. It'll be kind of a scalpy one because I probably, this area right here, 2450, would hold it. But Of course, Rio would say, wait a minute, this is now a buy opportunity right at the bottom of the channel. Maybe it is. Gato. Saw this one yesterday. GATO. A little bit of a pop over 10.50 now. Give me a moment, guys. I just have to. I missed the meeting. Today was Thursday. I missed the big marketing meeting. Can't believe it. All right, guys. What time is it? Wow, 2:37. So shutting the room down at 3 o'clock. I find this hilarious with the SPY. We're like 10 cents away. What did it get at? We were 4 cents away from 400. Well, I don't know. I mean, they announced the financing, and I'm not going to say it's good for a long or bad for a long, but I mean, look at this. I mean, they announced the financing, and it's just getting hit hard. So, if I were you, I'd wait till Monday anyway. Oh, I do remember this one. Yeah, this little China stock, YGMZ. Well, yeah, I have no idea. We have 90,000 in the float. I know where you pointed that out. Whether that number is exactly correct, you know, I don't know. Awfully dangerous. 250? Okay. All right. One more glance at this one, Cass, to see if it takes out 24.85 on the way down. We'll see what happens. Yeah, you're right, Ija. Round two for UXIN. This is interesting. Pull back right down to 150. Way above now the 200-day moving average. Of course, that exploded through it this morning. The next high looking left is $2. Let's see, after that. Okay, so what that means, those are past AI alerts. The weekly chart, let me see the weekly chart. I may have disabled. No, I haven't disabled it. Well, I don't have those signals. Are you talking about like on the monthly chart? On the monthly chart, I see buy and sell. Is that what you're talking about? Properties. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. Show AI trades. There we go. I might have to do a refresh. Yeah, those are just, come on. Those are just past AI trades. There it is. 400. Pop the champagne, guys. 400. The SPY. Yeah, so again, if it's rail, it means it's just past. There we go. Yeah, so that was a past past alerts from the AI. That's what it means. So there was a buy a buy alert here. If you hover over it, you'll see exactly what happened. The entry was 191. Obviously, it didn't do very much. Exited at 193. Kind of, if you know, I mean, I'm not saying you would have held through this, but I mean, if you could have held even up to here, but then this was a sell recommendation. Okay, to short. But that's all those flags mean. They were previous AI alerts. Okay? And AI meaning these guys here. So for instance, FT, when you open a chart on Monday, there's a buy right there. You'll see a buy on the daily chart on Monday. Or actually, this was a sell. That was a sell. It's a great sell. Caterpillar, I haven't seen that one in a long time. It's way out of the range I like to trade, but yeah, nice pop for sure. All-time high. All right, guys, we are starting to wind it down here. What time is it? About 14 minutes to 3. So any last questions for the week, please ask them now. Remember the market, I know I'm going to keep repeating, but some of you may not be aware, the market is closed tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you're being serious, but again, you know, we had the pop for DLPN, but it is now is pulled back. The bloom is off these right now. There's no question. I mean, they were super exciting for a couple of weeks or a week or so, you know, right here. But the bloom is off right now anyway. Do I trade stocks on earnings day? Yes. Okay. I do not trade stocks before. So if a stock is releasing earnings, say after hours today, you know, I would not be trading. I would not be holding it through earnings, if that's what you mean. Oh, but absolutely, we trade stocks during earnings day. Those are the most fun. Usually they're pretty active. You know, either on the upside or the downside. Oh, I have no idea on the ACY, no idea. I mean, the interesting thing, it's kind of, you know, not quite, I wouldn't call this consolidation, but it hasn't collapsed. But I have no idea. I mean, it makes no sense, you know, what it did today, but I have, I don't want to say I've given up, but I don't really try to make sense of these sort of moves that shouldn't happen in theory. You know, you just have to accept it Traders pile into it for whatever reason, super low float, this can happen. You know, declare bankruptcy 2 days ago, boom. Boy, guesses, I almost got into this one. I almost got into it. I was waiting for this little breakdown here, and then it just popped right back up. Oh, I appreciate that, Rudy. Can you subscribe on the weekend? Yes, yes, Vera. So just copy my link, okay? Just here's my link. I'll pop it in the room for you, okay? Just copy the link. Okay, there's my link, and don't forget to use this is the promo code to use, okay? So disregard when you click on my link, you're going to see another one there, but that's only for 15% off. Excuse me. So copy my link or go to the link anytime. Well, copy it. I'm assuming you don't want to do it right away, so just copy the link so you have it for the weekend, and then you'll come to this page. Okay, you'll come to this page and then just, again, disregard that promo, use Easter Bunny. Yeah, I don't come up with them. Well, this is a gap up and go. I saw this one just a little bit earlier. This iSun. Yeah, another crazy low float. Hard to believe that it's only 670,000 in the float, but whatever it is, it's going to be a very low number. Just give me one moment, please. Well, then, X-Men, it sounds like you're just chasing the stock. You're looking at something like this, the iSun, and you're chasing it. If you wanted to get, I'm not saying iSun is a great example, but if you wanted to ever get into iSun, you'd have to either A, let it kind of base a little bit, or maybe get in on a bit of a pullback. But if you're getting into stocks that look like this right at the top here, that means you're chasing it. Understand that when I talk, when I mention a stock, it doesn't mean, oh, he's saying take the trade. Of course not. Boy, this SD is looking interesting coming out of this. See, here's an example. Okay, I'm not saying to take the trade, but here it is, and if you chased it here, you would have got lucky. But you see how it's basing just a little bit here on the 15-minute chart. You see the previous 15-minute candles, these bottoming tails. So, when you look at this, you can think to yourself, okay, the sellers tried to knock it down here. Here, let me expand this chart just a little bit more. So you can say, okay, just give me a moment here. So you can say to yourself, okay, that bottoming tail, what does that mean? That means that at one point the price was all the way down there, and then the buyers close it up here. The next time, the sellers tried to knock it down again, buyers close it up. Sellers tried again, buyers close it here. Now, so there's this little war going on, right? And it's right in this price range. At some point, one of them is going to give up. Now, it might be the sellers in this particular case. They might say, you know what? You buyers can have your way with it for a while anyway. But the wrong play would have been to chase it here, even though in this particular case it might have worked. But this is what Real is saying. The ability to start looking at charts and figure out what's going on, that'll help you a lot. Well, it wouldn't have popped in here because I have a minimum count of 60, okay? Or 30 here right now. This is in the, okay, you see, I sort of make a change, whoops. This when you see this here, I think the count has to be 60 at the beginning of the day, okay? So Uxin would never have shown up here. So I'm not sure where you're talking. Oh, I don't have it. What do I have? I have a minimum of what? I have a minimum of 30. So there's where it showed up, 30. Yeah, I'm just looking here on the repeating. There it is, 30. Not in mine anyway. It's almost impossible for it to appear at 15. Well, I'm just showing you here. There it is. It says 30. Are you sure you haven't taken it out? You haven't taken this out? Because it's almost impossible for it to show up at 15. Okay. You answered your question. You too, MK. Oh, I see. Well, I can tell you exactly why. You're going to answer your own question, Sam. Okay? You will answer your own question. I mean, I can just quickly look. I mean, there's the option volume at 2,000 right now. Remember, the minimum has to be 2,000. So before, as it was moving higher and higher, the option volume was not 2,000. So at 2,000, 2,000 right there, that's when the trigger happened, and it was already made 143 new highs. Okay? Make sense? Yes, no, yes. Remember, all the filters have to be met. These are all AND functions. And. And if all the ANDs are met, then the OR is the, well, there's only one. Then the alert is a new high. All right, guys, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. I used to have a larger mouse, and it slowed things down for me on my end. Like what I see for my mouse is huge already. I can maybe toy around with it, play around with it on the weekend, but I used to have a bigger one, but it was really slowing things down for me. So, well, as always, Gordon, you can always construct a filter. You can always construct something that'll show you it earlier. Okay, I could have constructed a filter or a scan that would have shown it here, 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 here. Okay. The issue, though, is that it may introduce a lot of other ones that you don't want to see. There's always a trade-off. Okay? All right, everybody. I don't see any other questions. Let me make sure my script is correct to say that the room is opening on Monday. And the answer is yes. You can download it on as many devices as you want, Vera, but you can only have it open one device at a time. Okay? All right, everybody. Well, thank you very much for all the help all week. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the civility in the room. I should say that more often. Makes my job a lot easier. I hope everybody has a great long weekend. And I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great long weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.